The music scene has got me down, 'cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down, 'cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down, 'cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down, 'cause I don't want to be
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you so much, or today, or whatever time zone you're in, past or future. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I can see we have a few people on stage in the background waiting to come in. Vanessa, Eva, Nadia, Nancy, thank you for joining us. I know we have a few more people popping on. And we are going to be diving into two different sides today. So we may go into ancestral stuff, or we may go into past life stuff. So I know that Eva has been on here before. Nadia, I think Vanessa, you've been on once with us before when you had the computer thing, and that was so cool. So we might go into one side, we might go into another side. You guys have been, some of you have been on with us. Nancy has actually, I don't think, no, Nancy was not there for the live, on site at Eva's place where we did think, oh, my ears are ringing. Eva's place, we did the live ancestral constellation session, and that was just mind-blowing. That was one of the most amazing events. I loved it as much as I loved the retreat. So we are going to go into different directions today, like I mentioned. Let me just dive in a little bit about past lives. So many different cultures talk about past lives. Now, I don't particularly believe that there are a past life that's happening, because when you study quantum, you realize that there's no such thing as time. Everything is happening and existing on top of each other. So it is actually a current life, right? It's actually happening right now. And what happens is when everything is happening on top of each other, you are directly connected to everything, right? So you're directly connected to all the different versions of yourself, wherever your energy has been, right? Wherever your energy has been, because energy never dies, it only changes form. And it starts from something very small and grows to something very big. And our whole journey in life is to grow as big as source. We want to grow as big and as light as source. And when you grow as big and as light as source, let me get them. You don't have to come back to this place, right? It's just, it turns into like, you might not need to come back here. And then once you get to a certain place or a certain dimension or frequency, you are becoming an ancestor. What is the word? Something master, right? An ascended master. So you become an ascended master, kind of like there's ascended masters, there's spirit guides, there's angels, there's other different things in different dimensions. And when you get to a certain place, oh, Vanessa, you were there at the one. Hi, thank you for turning on your camera so I can see who's popping in. Oh my goodness. You are infamous. You're famous in my head, Vanessa. So yeah, I love that. I love the energies. So we have different versions of ourselves, and we're always connected to the different versions of ourselves. So that's where past lives come in. When we're doing a past life, you will tend to ask yourself, so if you want a muscle test while you're doing this, because I want to give you guys so much leeway and so much power and so much intuition, because this is all about also activating your intuition, because today we're not just being the person who comes in and seeks some guidance, but we're also being the people who guide the person. So we're playing both roles. Okay, you're going to be playing the role of healer and healed, regardless of which role you play. If you only play one, you're still the healer and healed. It's, yeah, even if you're watching, you're still the healer and healed. So yeah, we'll have those two different directions we're going to go into. When I go into past life, normally I ask a few questions in the past life. I'll ask, is it an animal life? Is it a human life? Or is it another being? Okay, so those are normally the questions that I would ask when I go into a past life with someone. And then when it tells me if it's an animal, then I would ask, is it the animal in the water? Is it an animal that flies in the sky, or is it an animal on the land? So I'll ask the different questions and break it down. And it's funny because as I'm asking, you're already kind of feeling the feelings. You're already feeling, hi, Lisa, welcome. You're already feeling the feelings of the possible animal. Normally, when I go into a past life of an animal, sometimes my face would kind of, I just sit there like this. And then I already know that I have an elongated face. You can start feeling the energies of it. Actually, I was working on myself the other day because I got a pain here, and my mom had an ear infection, so it could be her. But also, I went into a past life of an animal who got the face bitten off. And as I pulled away from the strings and everything, yeah, not hurting anymore. So I don't really care which one worked, as long as that shit doesn't hurt anymore. Like, the it's healed. Um, Okay, so yeah, we can go in that direction. You can ask if it's another being, if it's a human, if it's an animal. And we can also go into ancestry. We can ask, is it an ancestry life? Is it going to be, something from the mom's side, the dad's side? And we can go in that direction too. So I'm going to have you all join us. And you guys are all going to pop onto the live, and you are all going to play the characters in this role. So maybe you're going to play the animal. Okay, maybe you're going to play the angel. And maybe you're going to also play another being or even a human. I don't know. Maybe all of a sudden you're like, ah, and you're like, oh shit, you sound like a pirate. And it's like, maybe. And then you start playing the role of a pirate. So it is a game. And also, the game that's really crazy is that at the same time, we're all connected. So you playing the role of the pirate also makes you feel something as much as it helps the other person feel something. So even if you have a baby in your hand, even if you're cooking, even if you're doing whatever you're doing, it is perfect for this game. Okay, there's no rules to the game. If all of a sudden your phone starts to ring in the background, if your computer stops working, your mic goes off, all of that is very important for the game. So trust the disturbances that we think are disturbances in our life. They're not. They're going to be speaking to us. I mean, they're always speaking to you, but we're just not listening. But today we're going to take the opportunity to start listening a little bit more. I hope you enjoyed some of my music videos and introductory. Actually, The Offspring, The Kids Aren't Okay. I love that song, and I heard it today when I was at a carnival. So this, for some reason, is going to be a fucking carnival tonight. I definitely feel some type of carnival energy happening when it comes to it. And also, when I was watching the music video, how everybody pops out of this one person, and they keep changing people in the music video. And I'll definitely be playing it again at intermission. It just makes me feel like we're all connected and all past life energies. And when I saw that, I was like, I heard the music at the carnival. I watched the video when I came home, and I was like, this is it. This is the vibe for today. Also, we have a little bit of some trippy stuff to watch later on. And I got in some of the goddess healing frequency, where we have some really nice moments to ourselves. So let's start with a little bit of a meditation before I get you all on. So just close your eyes, take a deep breath. I'll play this in the background so that we can have a little bit of music. You can, if you can't close your eyes right now, that's okay. It's going to work regardless. And all right, as our eyes are just closed, I would like you to just take a few deep breaths in through your nose, stilling yourself, bringing yourself present. You can inhale and just exhale, just getting acquainted with the body, feeling the different sensations, checking in with your top of your head, checking in between your eyes, your eyelids. Are they blinking fast? Are they blinking slow? Going down to your mouth, your tongue. Is your tongue up? Is it down? Is it moving around? How does it feel? Just letting it do what it needs to do. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers. Going into the chest, is it beating fast or slow? Going down to your stomach, your gut, all the way down to your hips, your back, all the way down to the bum, to your legs, knees, thighs, calves, feet, and toes. Just checking in with all of them. Noticing the slight movements that they made when you made connection with them. They're going to be speaking to you today. Allow them to do what they need to do. Allow them to move how they need to move. Thanking them and connecting with them. Just imagine a bubble coming around you. This is going to be your protection. You know that you're safe and you feel safe. We're calling in all the angels and the spirit guides, all that of light and love, followed by our ancestors, and any spirit animals that may need to follow. Now you can open your eyes and welcome. Hello, hello, everybody is on. Everybody's on. Perfect, perfect. Welcome on. So who do we have with us today? Hi, Vanessa. How are you? You can unmute. You can talk. We're here together.
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm great. I'm great. Does anybody, I think, Eva, you know Vanessa.
Hi.
Yeah. Vanessa was there with us in our, I met Vanessa. Well, Vanessa, I've known you, like we've talked before.
Yeah, on DMs and then also at Ava's ranch. Is it a ranch or ranch?
Yep.
Beautiful. And that was really cool. I still think about it every now and then. It still comes to my mind. So
I'm sure I'm thinking about you when you're thinking about it, or like you think about it, I think about it. I think about it, you think about it, because I think about it very often as well. Actually, because the words that I used, the music playing in the background, it's one of my favorite frequencies to listen to, and I mean I listen to it at least 3 times a day. So definitely I'm thinking about you often, because whenever I hear that, I'm also with you at that very moment in time. So thank you for joining us. What's your intention for tonight or today? I don't know what time it is.
well, today I'm a little worried about my physical health. Been doing a lot of lab testing, and so I'm worried more about like my reproductive organs. So kind of worried about that, but I'm also just trying not to be overwhelmed by it. But it's
Okay.
still always in the back of my head. And then I've been dating for years, and I think I just need to hear some advice, maybe from my ancestors, or Archangel Raphael. I know he tends to stick with me, or I stick with him, but
I love his energy.
yeah, it's just very frustrating. Very I don't know. It drains a lot of my energy, and I want to put myself out there, but then when I do, I just find myself recoiling back. So, just any advice for that would be nice.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to continue, and I'm going to be popping back with you, okay? Okay, so I know your intentions and everything, so we'll just pop back in. Hi, Ava. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Looks like you're cooking, or what are you doing? At work?
Yes, I'm cooking lunch. It's
Nice.
about 1 o'clock over here.
Very nice. Very nice. What are you making?
I am making rice with salmon and also shrimp.
Very good. Delicious.
Yes.
I also had shrimp today
Me too.
for lunch. You had shrimp too? Anybody else?
Maybe
I
Anybody
had
else?
rice and salmon and shrimp. I just finished it.
I'm just gonna have shrimp.
No way.
I'm just gonna have shrimp. I I literally just ordered takeout. I couldn't be bothered to cook, but it has shrimp in there.
Amazing. Amazing. See, this is the crazy thing that starts to happen. By the way, if anyone keeps a tab on the chat, like, can everybody see the chat or no? Everybody can? Okay, so if you just keep a tab on the chat, if there's like somebody who comes in and starts to comment on the chat, just let me know. Maybe they're in the backstage, and I might need to let them in. get carried away. I don't look at my backstage after a while. I got a little whoop whoop. So yeah.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for joining us, Eva. So Eva, what are your intentions tonight? Help out? You need anything specific? I mean, both are going to happen.
I think I'm just here to enjoy the show. I've always cared to know what my past is, but then again, I always want to know if I'm going to be reincarnated or am I coming back as a human?
Yeah.
Just depends. So I'm going to go with the flow, just whatever you need me for today.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you for being here. I'm sure I hope you find out all the answers. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Lisa. How are you? I see you're next. If you want to even unmic yourself or if you want to come on, I'm so happy you're here. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me okay? I've got the
I can
headphones
hear you
in,
just
so I'm
fine.
not sure. Cool. Yeah, so this is my first ever ancestral healing session, so I'm here out of curiosity. And also for me, I'd like some advice from my ancestors based on the fact that I feel like my current family members, there's a lot of heavy negative energies, and the cycle doesn't seem to be getting broken.
Okay.
And I just kind of want to understand why, and if there's something that I can do with that, because also especially in this life, I don't have patience with my mum because of her negativity.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to work on that
So she's a trigger.
see. Oh yeah.
A trigger. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. We
You
are
know
very close.
the best way to get over a trigger
Mm.
is to accept the trigger.
Okay.
So like for example, when you have someone holding a gun to your head and they're like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you and kill you, once you're like, all right, bro,
Okay.
just
Alright.
just do it. Like
Mhm.
whatever. I mean, if I'm supposed to die, I'm supposed to die. If I'm supposed to live, I'm supposed to live. Just do it. Right? The person has no power over you anymore.
Mhm. Mhm.
Actually, because
Okay.
I mean that's what they're trying to scare you with. They're trying to scare you like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. And once you're like, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
all of a sudden they have no power. And then it's just okay. You just take away the power.
Okay.
And they tend to run away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Alright.
don't know why I keep seeing somebody holding a gun to my head right now with that, but I definitely do feel a gun being held at my head because I'm not saying things like just randomly. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever had a gun held at you?
Never.
Have you ever
No.
held a gun?
I have. There's a shooting range close to here, and I joined the club, and I haven't been since last year, but I've been actually trying to push myself to go. But
Yeah.
equally, I don't agree with gun control and all that type of stuff, so I'm at the stage where I would
I
basically
know you
need to
have that.
buy my own gun.
You have the conflict between that. Yeah. Because it's like, I don't want random people to have guns. This is why you have this conflict as well. Okay. Because I really do feel in a past life, somebody did hold a gun to your head. And I think it was your mom.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
That's interesting.
It's funny. Where are you from? What's the accent?
Scotland.
Scotland. I thought it was Irish.
It's
Because
close.
then I was like, Nadia would know. I was looking at her the whole time. I was like, let me see how is she reacting. Is she reacting like it's home or is she not? Because her mom is Irish.
Okay.
And it's funny because, yeah, that's what I was thinking of the whole time. Somebody else's mom. So
Okay.
it was funny that the mom did come up already as soon as you opened your mouth. This is like mom, and I was, yeah, because
Okay.
I was thinking of her mom because her mom is Irish with
Right.
a heavy accent.
Okay.
So yes, I mean just to dive in because I think you're going to be popping on and off, right? That's what you were saying. Like your time is limited.
Yeah, I've got my phone here, so if I need to run and make a call, then I might need to, take the call, not make
That's
one.
okay. That's okay. That's okay. And no time is limited. It's just always perfect time. Notice the call has not come yet.
Yeah,
So
not yet.
that's perfect. So thank you for being with us. I just wanted to quickly support you in that sense. But trust me, as we go on, there'll be more to come, God willing. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, sorry.
No sorries. There's no such thing as apologies. You are in the bathroom. That's where you're supposed to be right now, apparently.
Yes, I was like, please don't call me when I'm in the bathroom. I was trying to yell at you from the bathroom.
Yeah. So bathroom's good. Yeah, that was last time. I think last time or the time before, my friend Sarah, she was like hosting guests, and I was like, Sarah, and she had a picture of herself frozen, like as her screenshot. I was like, and I was just talking to her, and I was yelling, and her son went running in the other room. Mom, I think Bianca's calling you, like your full name and everything. And she came running back in. So it's okay. It's perfect. And we needed to talk about kids, and it was just the perfect thing. So yeah, bathroom.
Yes.
Nice. And where are you? You're at your house, or?
No, we're at my mom's house right now.
I'm so happy about that. That's nice. I'm glad we're with the whole family.
Yeah, we came down to visit, and my child always has a hard time going back to San Diego. So that's kind of something that we're working on right now, and maybe I can get some guidance.
There you go. Well, first of all, you said my child always has a problem, and that means she's in the box and you've locked her in there.
Oh.
Because you said my child always has a problem coming back to San Diego.
Yeah, she loves home, and she's like, when are we gonna come back? I want to come back home already. So that's where we're at right now, just trying to, that's something that kind of bothers me about myself, but I think I'm like being that mom, and then I'm also afraid of, I shouldn't use afraid, because she's good and she's healed. I think I just have a hard time making decisions like that when it comes to that part of her.
There's another little girl popped in at the right moment. So hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in bed.
Yeah, they'll come in at the right time. Don't worry.
Oh,
I mean, kids are all the same. They come in at the right moment. Everything's perfect. So Nancy, so your intention tonight, maybe, or today, I'm going to say tonight because it's night for me. Okay. You want what, Zoe, to just be what?
I think I want to bring her
Or
back.
you to bring her back.
Make sure that I'm making the right choice and coming back home.
Yeah, and she'd rather be home or not be home?
She'd rather be home 100%.
So why do you think that's the wrong choice then?
Just because medically, right now, in the point of her chemotherapy, they're still gonna be increasing the chemo for her.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that, I do the right thing by leaving San Diego now. So I think that's where I'm at. Now that her port is removed, we have a less risk of an infection, which changes a lot. We can actually take a deep breath on that one.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I'm stuck. I just want to make sure I make the right choice.
Okay. Well, 100% whatever choice you make is going to be the right choice, okay? We don't want to have any doubt. Because once you say to someone, okay, let me tell you, I pray to God, right? And when you pray to God or source or the divine energy or whatever is the highest thing that you believe in, right? There is something that's very, very high. And inevitably it is in yourself. So if you say, this is going to happen, it has to happen. Like it just, that's how God rolls. You ask it to happen and then it will happen. If it doesn't happen, something better is always going to happen. I think it's the something better is always going to happen part that gets you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The something better is going to happen part gets you because you've had something better happen to you, but you're looking at it through traumatic eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is exactly true.
Yeah. So, I mean, why do we think this is trauma? Like, why do we think things that happen to us, why do we think they're trauma? Because we're told that they're supposed to be traumatic? Because we're told cancer is supposed to be scary? Or we're told that even, I want to say the most traumatic, it's not even allowing me to say this right now to you, okay? It's like I'm hesitating to say it. And I know that I'm supposed to say it. But I don't, the human side of me doesn't want to say it. Losing a loved one is not dramatic. It's not it's not supposed to be traumatic for people. It's just because we're human and we're taught that.
Mm-hmm.
We're taught that because we don't know what happens afterwards. We don't see how short life is, because life is very short. Life is very, very short. We're reconnected with our loved ones already in a different timeline. We're reconnecting with our loved ones. It's just human. We're just human. Hi, Zoe. Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
Look, I'm wearing my bracelet. Look, I have the matching one that you have.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yay, sister.
She doesn't take it off, Bianca.
I don't really take off mine too, and I think about you every day.
Oh, she's gonna play with us if that's okay.
Oh, she's in the game already.
What?
You're in the game already.
All right.
All right, welcome. Yeah, so Zoe has been through an amazing experience already at such a young age. Zoe, how do you feel that this has made you such a better, I don't want to say better person, because you were an amazing person before, but how has this changed your life? Like, you were one Zoe and then all of a sudden you're the next Zoe. How has this made you the next Zoe? Like this amazing, incredible, beautiful, fascinating, funny, strong person that you are now.
Well, I guess one thing that I really learned going through it was the true value of life. Because, you're kind of just here living when you don't go through, well, I mean, we've all been through something, But, like, in my instance, as going through this, I guess in the beginning, I always just thought, we're here living in Earth and, life can go by fast and everything, But I think as going through this, life is a very valuable thing. And the true meaning of life is not just to live. It's not just to be here on Earth, but it's to enjoy every little thing, like even the littlest, tiniest things that happen, it's a big deal, and it's something that you should really take as a good thing. Because
why, can I ask you, why do you think you needed that? Why do you think you needed that in this life? Like, all of a sudden this happened to you. Like, why did you need it from the Zoe before to the Zoe now? Why did she need it?
Because I think in the moment, the timeline that we were in, I think I never really, if I wouldn't have gone through this, I really wouldn't have looked at life the same. I think it would have been a whole nother perspective if I wouldn't have gone through this. And I would have just been in a dark shadow if I wouldn't have gone through this. And now I've seen the true meaning of life and how many people are here for you. And
so you just said that if you did not get cancer, you would have been in a dark shadow. And because you had cancer, it has brought you into the light.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
That is amazing.
It's not a bad thing. Like, cancer.
No, right?
It sounds
It's
healing than it is. It's something that the word is so
scary.
No, like the word is just so messed with mentally and physically that you look at it emotionally in a really bad way, but as you go through it, it kind of gives you this joy of the light of like finding the true you in something that was supposed to be very bad.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that always happens to everybody. Everybody has a totally different perspective on everything. But I think in my perspective of it, it taught me the beauty, the joy, just the differences that it can make in your life.
But Zoe, your perspective is what healed you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, that a lot of people, when they have different traumatic experiences or when they're going through healing, the perspective is what is the most important. It's the healing. Their perspective is the medicine. It is your medicine. It's how you look at it. So a lot of people, if they take physical medicine and they don't have the perspective shift, it's they're adding heaviness upon heaviness, right? Because medicine turns into something heavy as well. I mean, medicine carries its own heaviness. So everything is just Yeah.
And I think the fact that you say that is that, the medicine is supposed to, well, it does help in many ways. But like for certain of my medicines, it not only takes away the bad things, it takes away the good things too. And that was also, and that was like the shocker to me, the fact that because I've always thought that medicine just works to take away the bad things only.
Yeah. The physical. Well, because everything manifests out. So everything starts in the energetic body, right? In the emotional body. So everything will start as an emotion, right? So everything starts on the inside and then it manifests out into the physical. So having medicine is a great thing, right? We can have different types of medicine. We can have medicine like that's really strong, pharmaceutical medicine. And we can also have like homeopathic medicine and all that stuff, natural medicines, both are medicine. And then we also healed on the inside. So you did a lot of both of those work, didn't you? You healed a lot from the inside, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the same time, do you feel like it healed your mom and your dad?
Yeah, I think in some ways it's just kind of that knowing that when you feel a positive way or you feel a positive mindset, it kind of just brushes off on different people and it goes through everything. And
because everything is contagious. Yeah. That's why we can go through our ancestry, because we can feel things our ancestors feel. So you, Zoe, healed everyone at the same time as healing yourself. And at the same time, and before, you were taking on a lot from everyone as well.
Yeah, and I think, it's very, a lot of things are very contagious, not just, sicknesses and stuff like that, but
energies.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing that it's really up to you. Like, you choose what you want to spread. You can either choose positivity, good mindset, good, love, kind joy to everybody. And, we might not all feel good all the time and every day, but you also have to push yourself to not only release good energy for yourself, but to also bring light around you so that way every day you can still have that light and mentality to come back to you. Because as it says, what comes around goes around. And positivity is something that can come around and go around. But it's also the same thing with negativity, but you just have to choose what you want to put in that world so it can come back to you in that day.
Yep. And in the quantum, how we see it is that energy, everything happens in a cycle. So energy spins in a cycle, your chakras spin, everything is spinning. So what happens is when you have this moment of sickness or this moment of healing or this moment of negativity, this heavy energy, let's say this heavy energy, when we feel it and we're feeling it and we're worried and we have all this heaviness, and then we're like, okay, we're going to be positive, we're going to say all these positive things, then the heaviness, it's gone out, but it has to come back to you again, right? But the thing is that the more we understand that, the more we make it lighter. And so the next time it comes around again, it's been lighter. And the next time it comes around again, it's been lighter. And the more that we've made it lighter by understanding it, by showing it love, by not having fear around it, not having guilt around it or anything like that, it just starts to just disappear. And then you're vibing on a very light thing. So yes, we're human. We're going to be impacted with stuff, right? Everything's going to come. How we get out of it is a lot different. Mm-hmm. We can get out of it a lot faster now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Zoe, for being with us tonight and joining us. So we're grateful to have you pop on. And I might be calling you throughout the thing to support us in this healing journey. Vanessa already said that Zoe just cleared up a huge weight of anxiety for her. So Vanessa, what do you mean by that?
So going back to my cervix right now, I'm actually getting tested for cervical cancer. So that was this week on Tuesday. So since Tuesday, I've had a lot of anxiety about the thought of having cancer. I've also my labs reported that I'm also anemic, which I've never been anemic before. And so I know with like cervical cancer and anemia, there's like some similarities and symptoms. So I was like, that's kind of crazy that I would, I'm being tested for this. And now my results are showing
But so
That
many
started
people
to
are
worry
anemic.
me.
Let's let you know, so many people are anemic because when you're talking, you're breaking up and you're actually frozen right now. Is she frozen for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is really strange because maybe she's anemic because right now she's frozen in her life. Like something is very frozen for her because she's frozen.
And she just left.
Yeah, Lisa said same. Yeah, so this is definitely something that we're going to be working on because I know a lot of people are anemic. I mean, a lot of people are anemic. It's not something that's like, whoa. That's not I mean, you came back on. You're okay. There you go. All right, you're moving now. Moving now.
Yeah.
Okay, we've
Yeah,
shown some
sorry.
light on that anemic thing for you. Okay, so she's still frozen. Okay, she's unfreezing.
Oh, I'm still frozen. I'm gonna
No,
touch.
it's moving. It's moving now. It's just very strange. It's very strange because you were fine the whole time. And when you started talking about this is happening to you. So let's just dive in right now real quick for you. So is this past life energy? This is this life energy. This is ancestral energy. Okay, where are we going? Mom, dad? Okay, dad's side. All right, let's just go into this game real quick. So Nadia, thank you for joining tonight, Nadia.
Yay, thank you.
Awesome.
Company.
Hi, little company. Hi. Thanks for
She will
joining us.
fall asleep, he says.
All right. So Nadia, for some reason, I want you to jump into the dad energy for Vanessa.
All right, cool.
Okay. So, and I don't know, Vanessa, when you were young, did you sleep with your parents? Or where's your dad? Like who did you sleep with at night? Like what's going on? Frozen.
Hello?
Okay, we hear you now.
I can hear you now. What was your question?
Oh, Stacia didn't even hear my question. All right. Let me tell you again. Okay. Nadia was playing the dad role for you, and she has someone in her bed right now. So I was asking you, did you sleep with your parents when you were younger? Did your dad not sleep in bed with you? Is there something to do with this?
If you can hear me, he would sometimes sleep on the couch so I can sleep and snuggle with my mom.
Okay. So your dad was not in the bed with you.
Sometimes if I were to climb onto bed, I like to squeeze myself right in the middle of it. But if there was, I kept getting bigger. So he would
So do you like to sleep with your
sacrifice his
parents?
spot of it. I'm sorry?
And you'd like to sleep with your parents? Is it something that you like to do? Or what's you do always
Even
tell me
now,
about your
I'll still
childhood with your
snuggle.
mom and dad. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up very close with with both of my parents. I love to cuddle and hug them. But growing up, my mom said I was like a heater, so she always did like "hasta pa allá," and she would just kind of put like, "Go away, get off of me." So because of that, I started becoming a little less affectionate, touchy-feeling with my mom. But I'm always out with my dad. I can always go up to my dad and be like, "Dad, I need a hug," and he'll just hug me for a minute. And so him and I are we have a good physical relationship like that.
Nadia, how does this make sense to you, Nadia?
I don't know. I was like distracted whenever you were talking because there's like kicking in the other room, and I have a new guest in my bedroom. So I heard it, but I don't know if I have any feeling towards it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean this is perfect. This is what needs to happen. So yeah.
Another thing too, my dad owned a restaurant. So for a few years, I kind of don't even remember him during those few years because he was so busy. And when the recession hit over here in the United States around 2008, he actually gave up the restaurant because it was a lot of time and energy that he was putting in there. And he said that he was missing out on my childhood.
Yeah.
So
iron for me is about your father, right? And iron for me is very strong because it's a very strong thing. It's something very strong. It's something that you know, it makes me feel of a divine masculine energy. So your dad wasn't around for a part of your childhood, yeah?
Hmm. He was
And
busy.
how did that make you feel?
Um, yeah, I don't really remember much. I just remember being really excited when I would see him, like when he would pick me up from my grandma's, because my mom also worked a lot too. So my grandma mainly took care of me.
Yeah.
So seeing them again was always really nice. Yeah, I remember I used to hide under the tables and make it a game when my dad would pick me up. And I'm also an only child too, but my parents weren't really interested in like doing board games with me, or so I was often left to myself to be more, I don't know, to be more creative. I was always put in sports or dance. So I was always busy, but not really busy with my parents unless it was the summertime and we took a family vacation.
Yeah.
I actually have that guilt about with the kids also, with my own kids, because I feel like sometimes we're always busy being the mom stuff and not playing enough with them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I want to, I just don't have the energy for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
they were
think
tired. They were tired a lot.
Mm.
They worked really hard. And that's one of the things that I do love about my parents is that I had a lot of opportunity, a lot of growth. I was able to do a lot of things and that I can say that I accomplished, like play so many sports and be on so many teams and learn arts and crafts. And I was always put in so many things, and it helped me out socially because I think having a sibling helps with communication. I still kind of struggle, I feel like, to make friends and talk and communicate, but that putting myself out in teams helped me to socialize a little bit more. But yeah, I could say I could definitely feel like sometimes my dad feels guilty. He told me just 2 weeks ago that he felt guilty for encouraging me to apply to a county job. And I didn't realize that he felt guilty because I had like a full-on mental health breakdown working there. I actually got let go, and I think because of my mental health, it was so bad. But he told me that he felt really guilty about that just recently, and I didn't know that at all.
all right. So let's I want to just go into this job now because that's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big one. All right, so we'll go into the job in just a minute, and I'm going to call in Ronique because I mean maybe I don't know why this might be something. Hi, is Ronique? Are you here? Hi, no.
Yep.
How are you?
Just fighting off a cold.
Mm,
Just fighting off a cold. But
yeah.
Friday, literally Friday night, I was fighting off a cold all of Friday, and by the end of Friday, I had a really bad fever.
Okay, so I mean the fever is great because that's also fighting. Having a fever is always a good thing. It means the body is doing what it needs to do. Not having a fever is actually something that can be more of a concern. So fevers are always a good thing.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
it
just
means,
stuffy. It's just really stuffy. I had some soup. I had some wonton soup.
very good. Soup
I
is
had a
always
little
good.
bit of shrimp in it and stuff.
Perfect, perfect. So fighting off a cold. Oh, there you are. Hi, hi. And so how is this cold and like how is work going?
Work is actually going pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, right now, they have asked me to take on a little bit more responsibility,
Yeah.
which I don't mind because I don't mind twiddling my thumb. I don't like twiddling my thumbs,
Okay.
so I'm happy to help out.
Okay. And when did they ask you to take on more responsibility? Before, I
Uh,
mean, how many
like
days ago?
I'd like to say within the last couple of weeks, we've been
Yeah.
talking about it, and then for this week is gonna be the official start of me um taking on. Basically, I'm gonna be helping out with the West Coast and their a few of their accounts, as well as the East Coast and my regular accounts as well. So it's definitely gonna be a test of how I can manage both.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe if things go well, I can that can stay the way it is, or let's see. Let's see. I'm just going with it.
All right. Awesome. Congratulations on that, though.
Mm.
Congratulations on that. Just so you know that colds normally signify your relationship to the outside world. So if you have a cold, it means something's happening in your outside world. And colds can be also a form of a little bit of a trauma. So colds are trauma in the outside world, right?
Mhm.
Or something
Yeah.
traumatic happening in the outside
Yes.
world.
Oh yeah, there's definitely something happening.
Yeah. So is that the work related thing that you think is happening,
No,
or is it
it's,
more
no, it's
relationship related to it? I mean,
relationship related, definitely.
okay. Because for some reason the cold has come on to help you to shift what the energy that's happening in one place and the energy that's happening in another place, right? So a cold is always healing us, but it's
Yeah.
healing us from the trauma that's happening in the outside world. So
Mm.
whatever this trauma is happening, it needs to be healed. And this cold is trying to heal it for you, to
Yeah.
get you prepared for the next step in your life. So we need to, whatever is traumatic, we need to kind of release that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's almost as if it's, I don't know, I feel as if I'm going back into very bad habits.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing my best to be positive, but a couple of things have happened and it kind of pushed me back. And I was aware of it. I was aware of it when I felt it coming,
Yeah.
but it's almost as if it's, I don't know, old, I guess, I don't know if it's old habits die hard, or whatever the case may be. I don't know if it's that. But I know that after the fact,
And this is in relationship wise.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
bad habit. Yeah, something, a conversation triggered me.
Yeah.
A conversation triggered me into having a very bad memory of something happening. And me and that person, I just stepped away from it.
Yeah.
And I called someone I knew to get a man's perspective on the situation. And after that, I said, okay, I'm gonna step back from it.
Yeah.
Just put it aside.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
then,
I'm gonna ask Vanessa at the same time. Vanessa, when you were in your government job, because you see Ronique is kind of talking about work and she's also talking about relationships, and these are kind of like two things that another thing that you were addressing in your intentions. During your government job, did you have a relationship or time for a relationship or anything like that?
No, but I really did try to date. But no, I didn't have a relationship.
Nothing serious happened.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Well, I was a little. I think my job triggered um, with mental health. I know it runs down my family, so it's like I carry the gene. I think my job triggered that gene, so I'm gonna get a second opinion for
So it
bipolar.
triggered a relationship with your family.
Um, with my
I mean,
family,
that's what you triggered a gene means. So it opened up something that your family came
yeah,
in.
yeah. Um, so one of the symptoms, I was kind of being more erratic, so
Yeah.
I was, sleeping around a little bit.
Yeah. All right. So the thing is that it's not that you accessed. So you had that job allowed you to have your awakening. It was your
Yeah,
spiritual awakening.
yeah,
Spiritual awakenings can happen in many different ways. And normally when they happen, it's like you have to go through the dark night of death when it
Mhm.
happens sometimes, like sometimes it has to be, you have to change. It's like the old version of you has to die in a sense, right?
Yeah, and that was a lot of thought too. Literally and spiritually, at my lowest, I did have to tell my dad to put the gun away because it was pretty bad.
Yeah. You did have the dark night of death then. You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was dark.
Like,
it was really bad.
yeah. The old version of you died and a new version had to be born.
Yeah. I feel a lot lighter now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in a better situation now, better environment. My relationships are a lot lighter. A lot of lost relationships that I had from years ago are starting to come back into my life.
Okay, so I'm gonna just let you know, in a past life of yours, you definitely 100% chose to exit this world.
Mhm.
Okay, you chose to exit this world, and when we come back into this life, the life that you're currently at, very past life energies can come up. Okay, they can come up. And you had a regression. So what happened is actually that job, it caused you to regress.
I feel that. I believe that.
Yeah.
I do
You were a
believe
complete
that.
different version of yourself. Like you were a crazy person.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. People came up to me and they were like, "Are you okay? Because you're not you." And I'm like, "No, I'm not okay."
Yeah. You were what someone called a crazy person, like put in the psych ward kind of crazy person.
Yeah.
Like I think you were in a psych ward in a different life. And you were put away.
Those were my clients. I was around that all the time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And you became one of them.
And when I was evaluating people, I'm like, "Oh, you feel that? I feel that too." I was like, "I feel that too."
But that's what I want to tell you. I want to tell you that it activated your gift. Because you're able to feel, oh, see, it's like you're frozen when I'm trying to talk to you. It's like I'm trying to tell her about her freaking gifts. And it's like something had to happen for you to be able to activate these gifts. You're very intuitive. So along with all of us that are here, like the people who come onto this is not by accident. Eva is very intuitive. Nadia is very intuitive. Nancy is intuitive. Roni is intuitive. Lisa is intuitive. We're all intuitive. Are we going to become that in this life? Some people just get stuck in the dark depths of the soul. Some people just get stuck in the government job. Some people just get stuck in different versions of themselves. But the whole idea of this life is you got to become an ascended master. And to become an ascended master, you got to know your fucking self. If you don't know yourself, then you're never going to be an ascended master. And this is what you're learning to do now. You're learning to just know yourself, accept yourself, love yourself, be yourself, trust yourself. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me just go back to my whole thing. I guess that's why I picked this one, with the whole... Like, those are the things that you need to be. This is what we need to all be. We need to all just love ourselves and accept ourselves. I'm not saying make ourselves better. I'm all about making myself better. Don't get me wrong. Like, you can't be like, I love myself so much, and then I'm not going to go to the gym. Or I love myself so much, or I'm not going to go get checked up if I have something that's going on with me. Right? If there's something that's going on with me, I need to go get checked up because I love myself so much that I care about myself. Self-love is also going to the doctor.
Self-care.
Yes. Self-love is self-care. it's wanting to care for the physical body as much as we're caring for the emotional body. And I think you are on that path right now, Vanessa. Like you are on the self-care path, right? You did the internal work. Like you've done a lot of internal work, right? Healing starts from the inside and it moves out. Like if you cut yourself, you're going to heal from the inside to outside. And now it's gone to the physical, and you got to heal. You're going to heal your physical now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Ronique is healing too, huh? A cold does slap you in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
you can actually, can't you feel like when you get a cold, like all of a sudden it's like, and you just feel
Yep.
like something hit you and you're like, oh.
No, it slapped me in my ears.
Ah, okay. So it slapped you from the side. Both
Yep.
ears? One ear.
Both.
Ah.
Actually, no, because it was on the right side.
And do you do this thing where like,
But my ears get clogged?
yeah.
Yeah, on the right side.
But do you do like this thing? Like, do you like rub your ear? Like,
It was. I'll try to yawn.
okay.
I'll try to yawn.
Is that how you try to fix it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yawning for me. I know I was told very early in my awakening that when you yawn, you're actually bringing in your spirit.
Really?
Yeah. When you yawn, you're bringing in your like your energetic body, or like the body that's maybe you're bringing in more of your soul. Like you're bringing it in. You're trying to like bring yourself into the present moment. You're trying to bring yourself back in from wherever the energy is that you sent your energy. You're trying to bring it back to you. So maybe you've sent your energy too much to other people and other things.
Maybe. Because it's almost like in the last.
And why do you keep doing this thing with this guy? With like, why do you keep
It's not. No, it's not one. It's two. No.
no?
Here's the thing. There was someone I met. I met two people at the exact same place.
Yeah.
One I was getting to know, and then he did something that really like triggered me, and I stepped back from it.
Yeah.
And then the other person, I called him, and I was literally bawling because his voice just sounded so familiar.
Okay.
And I was saying to him, I'm so sorry. I just needed to just talk to somebody because and then your voice is just so familiar.
Yeah.
When I first met him, I thought that he was very aggressive.
Look at Vanessa. She just walked right out of the room.
But just upon getting to know him, I just realized that he is just, I guess he is aggressive in public, but he is a different person in private.
Yeah.
Which is fine. So no, it has now come to a situation where they hang around the same circles. They hang around the same groups of people.
Yeah.
And I'm fond of both of them because the other person, he came back and apologized and we spoke.
So they both know each other?
Oh yeah, they do.
Oh, see, this is the connection. I'm waiting to see how this is all connected in some way. And as I'm thinking about the connection and how they are connected to you in some way, and why this needed to happen for you, and who were they in which life that you had, like these are the questions that are going through my head. You know,
they know each other.
So for some reason, both of them are connected. And Nadia is completely frozen now. Eva is not even there, except for Jesus is there in the background.
Jesus is trying to talk to me now. Hi, Jesus. Come have a conversation.
Let me tell you something, guys. When I ixnay, please do not ever put an unflattering picture of me on your house. That is the most unflattering picture of Jesus in the whole of Jesus's life. Like if I was Jesus, I'd be like, really? Really? The death of me? Like you just had to put this one of me? Like you couldn't have me like healing somebody or like happy or like having water or eating bread. This one?
Well, in this particular situation, I'm very conflicted because at the end of the day, there are things about both of them I like, and there are things about both of them that I don't like.
Well, apparently this one is he's passed. Like, yeah. I mean, if one is playing Jesus and Eva is playing one of them and Nadia is playing one of them, she's completely frozen and I don't know what she's doing. And then Eva, she wasn't there, but a really powerful. I don't even want to give that picture so much power. Jesus is like, why? Of that, yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, he died for us, and that's a great remembrance. Even though, like, I don't even believe Jesus died like that. So, like, for me, I don't even believe he died like that, to tell you the truth. Like, from so many channeling and so many things from so many other people who have gone through their spiritual awakening. Yeah, no. So, yeah. So, yeah, Ronique, how one is non-existent and one is frozen. How are they connected to you in your life? I guess they just come in for a moment, huh?
I don't know, just one of those moments where we're two people, I said, okay, there is both of them. Their situations are very complicated.
Hold on, somebody just came in. Hi, Melissa.
Hey.
All
I've
right,
been
so
listening for a while. I love everything that's going on. I've been here for a while.
All right. Thank you, Melissa, for popping in right at the time for Ronique. So I don't know why, but Ronique and Melissa have something. So what were you saying now, Ronique? Hi, Melissa. We're going to jump to you.
Both of them are both of their situations are very complicated. One is closer to my age than the other one.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, Melissa, does this make sense to you in any way? Like Ronique's talking, like what are you feeling from this?
I feel like I need more information about these guys.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because like one's gone now. Nadia's completely gone. So like there's just nothing about them. Like Eva is not even there either. Like they're just non-existent.
Yeah, it's just very strange. It's just one of those situations where I just want to figure out if I know there are three paths that I would have that I can choose in this particular situation.
Okay, so there's three paths there's infinite paths that you can choose, but there's three ways that you are seeing into the future. Yeah.
Yeah, infinite paths, but 3 ways.
And what are the 3 ways that you are thinking of them playing out? So wait, hold on. I want to just let's just before you do that, Lisa, I want you to play path 1. Nancy, your path 2. Melissa, your path 3. Okay. So whatever she says in it, you guys are just going to tell her. Let's see where it goes. All right, go on. I don't know.
Okay. So path 1. He is very tall. He's a big teddy bear.
Yeah.
Path 1 is big, tall teddy bear.
Physical appearance. Okay.
Yeah, big, tall teddy bear, for sure. And he is very much. He seems to be a big softie.
Okay, so
he seems to be a big softie, and
why do you like him? Like, why do you consider him as a path 1?
You know what? In the moment when I first met him, he was shy.
Okay.
And in the moment, I went towards the shy one.
Okay.
As opposed to the overly aggressive one.
Okay. So,
But
Lisa, what are you feeling with this? Like, what do you feel?
When you instantly gave me path 1, I saw the word flash in my head, and like boom, he's disappeared.
Okay.
I don't know why. It was the word flash, and literally in a second, poof, he's gone. And then the more that Ronnie was talking, I felt like he's actually scared of you for some reason, and it makes him want to run.
So you are feeling scared?
yeah, I am a
Yeah.
little bit. Me too.
I wasn't scared at all.
Yeah, you're not, Melissa. You're past number 3. Hold on.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
I
glad you
felt
weren't
like
scared.
he
I
for some
know.
reason
I know
was
what path
scared by
number
you.
3 is. I know what path number 3 is. I know that. I know.
Scared?
So path number 1 feels like he's a little bit scared. It feels like
Mhm. Yeah.
Like he
why
wants
would
to
he
run.
feel?
Like he's
And
scared
you know
or
what? He has
intimidated
said that
by
to
you.
he has expressed a little of that to me.
Yeah.
Even today, because I said to him, I love roller coasters. And I love the big ones.
So, Lisa, just listen how this relates to you and in your life and
I love the big
partners or
roller
anything.
coasters. I love the big adrenaline. Just like go out there and just
Fly?
yes.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of heights. He is.
Okay.
He's terrified to death of
So
heights.
he's completely opposite of that side of you.
Yes.
Okay.
And I had even said to him that would be the real test to see if you can be like really and truly be with me, because if for me I want to know that whoever I'm with can jump on the roller coaster with me.
Would put them on the roller coaster?
Yeah, I'll hold his hand. I'll hold his hand. I'll sit right beside him. It's like, come, you're gonna come. I'm gonna be with you the whole time.
But
I'm
is
not
that
gonna go by yourself?
do you want it because that's going to prove to you that he loves you, or is that like why would you want? Okay, Lisa, you go ahead.
I want company. I want somebody to share in that with me.
Okay, Lisa, go on.
It's interesting that you use the word roller coaster, because in my relationship at the moment, it is an extreme roller coaster.
Do you
It's
use
a
that
roller
word?
coaster that's
I think you've
sorry.
said that word to me before.
Yeah, potentially, and I've been saying it recently to friends in recent days as well. And for me, I'm the one that's considering running from the relationship because it's too much of a roller coaster for me. For me, I am adventurous, I'm fun, and all that type of stuff. But she's actually just recently been diagnosed with ADHD. So for me, it's like another level, and I'm not sure I can hold on anymore. So you're giving me path 1, so I'm feeling what this guy is feeling, which is also similar to my relationship.
Yeah, well,
And
you're supposed to play that guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think he knows he can't hold on to the roller coaster. As much as he would like to, he knows there's too much of a difference.
Yeah, so if you're going to force him to go on the roller coaster, that's a thing, right? You don't need to force him to go on the roller coaster.
Yeah,
Right,
that's true.
like if my husband, he is a private pilot, like he's getting his private pilot license, right? And he's flying, and you know, like he's taken me flying one time. Not that I don't want to do it, I'm just like, do I really have to? Like just to go there and come back, like do I really have to? Like is the destination where we're going really nice? Like if you're flying me to the beach for the day, like I'm hopping on that plane. But if you're going to fly me to touchdown and get back up and then fly again on that rocky bumpy kind of thing, I'm not sure if I want to go on that. And so he knows that he's not going to force me to go on it. But if I know the destination is amazing, fucking like you take me to the Maldives on that small plane, I'm hopping the fuck on. So it just depends on where the roller coaster is. I mean, the life is a different ride, right?
I know.
It's also interesting that you've used the fly analogy because I'm a pilot.
Yeah. This is why I keep talking about the whole flying thing. It's making me use those words and refer to it in that direction. Because it just depends on where the destination is. Like,
Yeah.
what is the destination? Because I'm not going to touch down and then to go again. Fuck that shit. I need to go. Like I said, like, you're going to guarantee I'm going to spend a few hours sipping cocktails on the beach. If that's the case, right? I'm not here to just, no, I'm not I'm not practice cheerleader.
Yeah.
I went once with him, and we went, actually, the only time I ever went with him was in America. And it was a complete different airport than he's used to, complete different everything than he's used to, complete person, everything, right? I mean, apparently we found out afterwards that that's one of the scariest airports in the world, and they don't even do proper checks on their airplanes and shit. People die all the time. And I'm like, oh my God, thank God I didn't know it before I went on with him. But we did go around South Beach. We got to see all the celebrities' homes, all that stuff. It was beautiful view. I was like, okay, I'm over water. If we crash, I won't die. You know, that's all I was thinking of. We could see sharks in the water. It was beautiful. Touchdown, we ran. There was a cloud, a huge cloud coming right behind us. And I'm like, oh my God, are we going to get caught in that? And he was like, okay, we're going to go. We're going to keep going. Don't worry. We landed, we touched down, and then it started raining. It was like the perfect time. And I was like, oh, thank God. And yeah, so it was a beautiful moment.
Yeah.
We got to have someone.
I like those kind of moments. And I even told him, even if we did it once.
One the fuck time.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said to them. Even if we did it once.
No, life is the fucking roller coaster, Ronique.
I know.
That's what she's trying to tell you. It's not a physical roller coaster that counts. She's like, physical. The whole journey is a roller coaster. And I mean, you're going to take some big ones and small ones and up ones and down ones. And I mean, I went to a carnival today, so that's so funny. We're talking about, where's my carnival music? The Offspring. So yeah, Lisa, like, so what's the touchdown though? That's what I wanna ask you. Like, the touchdown, are you gonna be in the Maldives sipping a pina colada, or are you gonna be touching and going? Like, that's something that's the you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the feeling I get with this guy is he's gonna run.
Veronique.
Maybe. Probably. That it wouldn't be too far-fetched.
If you actually put him on the roller coaster, he's gonna run.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's afraid of it. It's nothing to do with you. Okay. He's afraid of a roller coaster. If he doesn't go on to do his own therapy and his own healing of the roller coaster, then you can't expect him to go on the roller coaster with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to dip his toe in the water a few times and think, because I think he likes you, he feels you, and wants to try. But whatever it is that's holding him back, whatever the fears are, like, it's too much, and
yeah, eventually
the fears outweigh.
I feel that too. Now for path 2.
Yes, thank you, Lisa.
For path 2.
Nancy, that's your cue.
For path 2, he loves roller coasters.
Okay.
He loves roller coasters, but I get the vibe that he is a lot more adventurous than I am. And he's a lot more on the dangerous side than I am.
Okay, is he a new person or is he an old person?
No.
Okay, so he's a new person. All right, just want to ask where the energy is coming from.
Yeah. So he is. So, like, talking to him, when I first met him, he was just like very aggressive. But when I finally sort of got to know him, he's just very, he gives off a very aggressive and very forward vibe. But personally, he's just, I don't know, he's just very sensitive.
Okay, you have me feeling all shaky. Nancy, hold on. She has stuff going on.
Because his
You have to unmute yourself, Nancy.
So this is a story that he told me. His mom had him when she was young, when she was 15.
Mm-hmm.
and his grandparents took him
Okay.
and raised him.
Yeah.
So he didn't live with his mom.
Yeah.
And
So he has a lot going on.
yeah, and his mom died when he was 11.
Okay. So big trauma. There's a
Oh,
baby. There you go. So
speak of
we're
the
going
devil.
into his childhood,
Speak of the
apparently.
devil. Speak of the
We're
devil.
going into when he was born.
Speak of the devil. That's him call.
No, he's calling right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
So we're going into his childhood. So it's the childhood and the mummy.
Uh-huh. Yep. So his mom died when he was 11, and he just recently found out who his real father was.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't know who his dad was, but they did a DNA test and they found out who his real father was. But who he knows as his mom and dad was his grandparents.
Okay.
So just having those little conversations with him and just learning more about how he grew up.
Yeah.
I saw a different side to him.
Yeah. You kind of understood him a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. See how it's very important to know people when you're in a relationship, to know how they were raised, to know their family, to know what's happening in their life. It's very important to know the father, to know the mother, or know about the father, to know about the mother, because when the father is missing in a person's life, an energy is missing. And Nancy, this is so Nancy. Nancy and this little girl, Nancy and Chloe. Hi, Nancy.
Hi.
So did
That's
you hear
so
what she
funny
was saying?
when she started talking about that, Chloe started crying.
Uh-huh.
She's been fine the entire time, but she just was crying, so that's why I had to kind of go off a little bit.
All right. Yeah, it was perfect
Now
timing. There she goes.
Mm-hmm.
So she was talking a little bit about this guy, the father figure was missing in his life for a while.
Yeah.
And how the role that it kind of played on him, and how it's important to have a father figure in the person's life. Nancy, how do you want to piggyback on that? Yep. Chloe, how do you want to piggyback on that, Chloe? Thank you for your feedback, Chloe.
That was Chloe's feedback.
She's still feedbacking. She's like, excuse me, I'm not finished my feedback.
Yeah, you hear her?
You are going to hear me out.
She was totally fine until all of this started.
So Nancy, how does that piggyback on that?
Say that again. She was crying.
Yeah. Father figure not in this guy's life.
Oh, I think there's a big hole there.
Yeah.
There's a big hole, and maybe the way that you say he carries himself, maybe he does that to cover that emptiness he has.
Yeah.
So can I rewind? Tell me the words that you used when you described him again. You said he's a little bit aggressive on the outside.
Yeah, like he's very aggressive and forward when you first meet him.
Yeah, so that's a divine masculine energy.
But
this
after I had a moment and I decided to step back, for some reason I just had to call him, and I just literally bawled to him, and he's like, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So
He
Nancy, you grew up with your dad. How is that so important to have a father figure? Like, how has that helped your divine masculine? Divine masculine means stop fights, not argue, not continue to argue. Like, how has that affected your divine masculine with your dad's energy and the divine masculine energy in you? Did you fight a lot? Did you argue a lot? Did you stop the fighting? Like, how did you continue the fighting? Because a wounded divine masculine energy will continue the argument. It will just keep going. You're like, you punch me, bro, I'm gonna punch you back, bro. You punch me, bro, I'm gonna punch you back, bro. And a healed divine energy would be like, I'm gonna punch you, but if somebody punches you, you're gonna be like, no, no, the fuck you're not. And you're just like, that's not okay. They have boundaries. That's not okay. We don't do that. We don't talk like that. Like, I'm out, bye. And they like walk away. They don't necessarily need to continue fighting all the time. So yeah, Nancy, how does that?
I think having my dad around, now that I put it into a perspective, being with my daughters and their dad being absent, I can see a lot of how having my dad made me feel so like safe, like secure. And I see it in with Zoe, not having her dad being present all the time. I feel like she's constantly looking for that man, like safety, that man approval, like that man. I don't know. I think it's always an emptiness.
It's an energy.
It's an energy, yeah.
It's that male energy, the divine masculine energy that we are supposed to have in this life. I mean, we're here, we're supposed to have a divine masculine energy and a divine feminine energy that plays a role on us. I mean, it's supposed to rub off on us. Some of us can carry more of a divine masculine energy, even as a female. Some of us can carry more of a divine feminine energy, even as a female. And then the divine, we technically we have 50-50. I mean, we are from a sperm and an egg, right? It's just which ones do we pull forward more of and which one do we push back, right? So if we normally, women will pull forward like 80% of a divine masculine, I mean feminine, and 20% of a divine masculine, depending on what the situations that happened in their life, right? Other situations can make us pull forward a different. Right now, how do you feel like before you were playing the mom and the dad, Nancy?
Yes, I still
Actually,
am.
you were playing the dad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, you got your cap backwards, you got your cut off shirt. Like right now, you're playing the dad, even right now in this character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who was playing the mom?
I guess I was. I do both.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times that I have to step in and be that nurturing mom, and then there's times that I have to step back and do the dad part, that she unfortunately or fortunately doesn't have right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, she didn't. Fortunately, unfortunately.
I mean,
just what was what it was. Yeah. It was perfect. Everything is perfect. Whether he comes back in, it's perfect. If he doesn't come back in, it's perfect. We say, Subhanallah, God is perfect, right? So everything that is happening, every person in our life, every situation is perfection in its own way. So, okay, so mom and dad role, how does that make you feel, Nancy?
Overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm. So, Roni, you're hearing how he feels?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's overwhelming. Sometimes I feel guilty. Sometimes I have that mom guilt. I think especially with our situation that we're going through right now.
Yeah.
When I have to be a parent, I feel like, oh shit, I don't want to make her feel like a certain way, but then, I have to do what I have to do. And I tell her, regardless of what's going on, you're doing great. You're healed. Mommy has to be the parent. Mommy's
and in a sense, don't you need a village?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Roni, did he have a village?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. That's
like grandparents. You said grandparents had to raise him. His grandma had to raise him. This had to happen. Everything had to happen. People had to step in to support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People got to step in and support you, Nancy. You got to have a village. Yeah.
I don't know what I would do without them.
Yeah. So, Ronique, is this giving you clarity, and Nancy, is this giving you clarity as well in some way, maybe with your decision that you're making?
Yeah. So, for him, no. Like I'll say certain things to him, and he would always. This is what he would always say. Ever since we started having these sort of conversations, he'd always say, "Just give me a chance."
Yeah.
He'll keep saying, "Just give me a chance. Just give me a chance. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just try."
Yeah.
He's like,
there you go. Give it a chance. Don't worry about it, and just try.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I guess it's just me in my own head about it.
Yeah.
And the third choice.
All right. Thank you, Nancy. Melissa?
Mm-hmm.
The third choice is me.
Okay.
And just putting everybody aside and just doing me.
And just saying, fuck everybody.
Yes.
I just need to do me. I've been doing everybody for so long, and now
Yes,
it's my time.
I've been choosing
shine.
everybody for so many years, and I've been compromising for everybody for so many years. I just want it's that would be the third choice. The third choice would just be me being selfish and just being me. So you know what?
Not
This
selfish.
person is
Not
nice.
selfish. This is self-love.
Yes.
Hmm.
This person is nice. This person is nice. Let's just put them aside. I love to go to the amusement parks. I finally did something for myself that I've never done before, and I want to do it again somewhere else and go through the process again and meet new people and do new things.
Yeah.
But
And
if
this is where you are at right now, yeah?
uh-huh.
Okay,
So
Melissa, piggyback on it. So she wants to things that she loved doing that she kind of put on the back burner. She started to put them back on the front of the stove and eating the delicious wonton soup that is being made for her. Like, how does that resonate with you in some way?
So that's pretty much how, that's what I chose too. And so here I am living the life that I wanted. I put myself first. And I'd say 10 years later, I see that's the path that I took. Does that make sense?
So you put yourself first.
So I put myself first and I did everything that I wanted to do. But it could be lonely, just warning you. Along the way, you're thinking, well, where's my partner? Where's my partner? But I put myself first. So I had to own that, right?
made the choice, yeah.
I made that choice and I made
You
it.
have
And
to reminding yourself, this is my choice.
I have to remind myself a lot. And then along the way, like, it was in the worst timing possible. That's when I met my husband. The worst timing possible. But I said, you know what? I'm going to keep focusing on my path because I'm on my path. He's not going to get in the way. I'm already doing what I wanted to be doing, right? Like I was already living abroad. I was already doing everything that I wanted to do. And then that's when he came into my life.
Yeah. And how has that allowed you to still do you, or did that take away from you, or did that make you redo you? And
that's a good question. I think it's it's like the roller coaster.
Back to path number one.
Like, even though I chose myself, anytime you choose a partner, I think we are choosing to give up things that we might want, right? We have to. It's a compromise, right? You cannot just
changed.
What?
Your choice changed. I mean, not that it chose.
Not
You still
really.
choose you, but you're accepting someone else into the choice. It's like
You
the
kinda have to
affirmation
hear
got
them.
longer.
Yeah, and you have to be like, what am I willing to
Exchange.
what am I going to put into this and what am I going to get out of it?
Yeah,
Right?
the destination.
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
did take that third path.
Yeah, it's I think all paths lead to God, right? I mean, they say all paths lead to the same destination. I mean, it's just there's infinite paths, but they're all supposed to come around. It just depends on, like, are we going to shoot at it? Are we going to go like this way? Are we going to go that? Is it going to be this life? Is it going to be the next life? Is it going to be the next life? Like, which life is it going to be? But eventually, the whole thing is we have to become ascended masters. I mean, we have till, I guess, the end of time. Does time ever end? But I mean, they would say in religion, they say like Judgment Day. When is Judgment Day? I don't know. It could be like 50 billion lifetimes from now. Like, I don't know. Is there a Judgment Day? I don't know. But the thing is that I can't speak on stuff that we don't know, right? Those are like, yeah. So Yeah. So you've added on to your affirmation. So first it was like, I choose me. And next it was like, I choose me and this person.
Yeah, because
And
I
then
want
you
to
add
have
on
a
more.
family. Yeah.
So now you
I've
have a
always,
family. So it's like, I choose me,
and
my
now I choose my
husband,
daughter.
and my daughter. Now you
Yeah.
choose her. So it's like,
Yes.
and because they're all kind of versions of yourself, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're all you.
It took a huge, I guess, just acceptance and kind of letting go of myself, because I was always so focused on what I wanted. But if I also wanted a family, I had to also lose a part of myself. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I have to also think of them and what do they want? And I
Well,
remember that.
they are the part that you lost.
Yes. Yeah.
They are the part that you lost. So it's not that you lost the part of you. You manifested that part of you out into a physical person.
Hmm.
We never lose anything. Energy never dies. It just changes form, right? So, and you need to build up energy in order to have energy. And the only way for us to build up energy is to love our fucking self and put ourselves first. And then that's when our energy is able to move, recreate. We become the creator in a sense. So
It's scary though. It's very scary thinking, okay, I'm going to put I'm basically betting, like, so I could have chosen the comfortable guy that I know, from way back from high school. He was cool. We always got along. But I was like, no, I don't want comfort. I want something that's going to make me grow. And so I push myself on my own. And then it just, one thing leads to another, and you will meet somebody. You'll meet somebody along that journey who's also on a journey, like, yeah, let's join forces. That's how I think of it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want comfort. I thought, this is really comfortable, but this is not what I want.
But it was perfect at that time, right? So it was perfect for you. The comfort, the other guy, he was perfect for that moment, because if you didn't meet him, how would you know that you don't want comfort? You know what I mean? Like, how did you know that, okay, I don't want this if you don't experience it? How do you know if you don't like chocolate if you don't eat chocolate?
True.
That's
How do you
true.
know you're allergic to shrimp until you have like that anaphylaxis? Shut up. I guess I'll never do that again. Some people, on the other hand, they're like, oh, last time I was allergic to shrimp. Hold on. Who is allergic to shrimp? Anybody? Like, because we were talking about shrimp a lot.
Oh.
Lisa?
Actually,
Because you're playing this guy.
Not properly. I spoke about this, I swear, to my mum like less than a week ago. I love shrimp. I love seafood. I eat it all the time. But sometimes, specifically with shrimp, it makes me feel dizzy and a bit sick. And I said to my mum,
Oh my
I
God.
think I'm allergic to this. Like,
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
a
no.
big
You know what?
reaction, but there's something.
Lisa, no joke. He doesn't like shrimp either.
No way!
No.
He doesn't like shrimp. I don't think he's allergic, but he does not. He doesn't like shrimp for some reason.
Wow. Okay.
He does not like shrimp.
Right.
The
Also,
other
sorry.
one does. The other one eats anything. The other one has said to me he eats every and anything. That particular one, he doesn't like shrimp.
Hold on, we haven't gotten into him yet. That's Nancy. So, and that's going to be Melissa's second husband. Wait, I mean, second person the second, not the comfort one, that the shrimp guy, not Lisa. We're going into the next one after that. So Lisa, that's yeah, Lisa. I mean, it's like, when you're allergic to shrimp, but you still eat the shrimp.
I do.
Yeah.
Yep. I love it. Can I also say, at some point, I also felt that guy number one, I think he feels insecure because he feels less attractive than you.
He said that to me.
He feels like he doesn't deserve you, and he feels.
He said that to me. No joke. I need to get my wine.
Give me some too, please.
He said
I need to have like a roller coaster video.
He said that to me last night. He said that to me. We had that conversation late last night. He said the exact same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I feel he's scared of competition, and you're just gonna choose someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said the exact same. He said the exact same thing to me last night.
Wow.
So I don't know.
Like he literally said to me, because he had this look on his face, and I asked him, what's wrong? What's wrong? Talk to me. And he said to me, he was wondering if he'll be enough.
Mm.
Like he was wondering if he would be enough. Like he
Is
literally,
is he a little bit chubby?
yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
feels he wants to lose weight for you, but he knows he can't.
Yeah, because he needs to lose weight for himself. You're not going to do anything for anybody else. You need to do it for yourself. If you do it for somebody else, then it's a very it's a short-lived thing. It's not
It's
the right energy.
the
I
thing
feel
about
like it's
this,
toxic.
What? Who's talking?
Me, it feels like it's toxic if you were to lose it for somebody else. You're
yeah,
sabotaging your own health.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good energy to carry when you're doing stuff for somebody else.
yeah, and for me, I liked him because of that.
Exactly. You see, Lisa?
I liked him because of that. Because the thing about it is, I love a man with big, strong arms. I love apart from the shrimp part. I love a man who is big boned and
Does he
he
like
feels
tuna?
warm. I love the warmth. I love the warmth. And you know what? One of those gentle. He is just he for me. He's just one of those gentle giants.
Lisa, how does that make sense, like, to you?
He feels like you're going to get bored because I think he feels like, we say nice guys finish last.
Yeah.
Like he's your comfort blanket, and whilst you love that and feel safe
Look at how Lisa
around
looks.
them,
She looks comfortable.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's your comfort blanket. He's wrapping himself around you, and you feel safe in his arms, and he knows that. But yeah, he just doesn't think it's enough. That's all. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
But that's all you need, right, Renee? Like, all you just want is just to lay there with having somebody with their arm around you when you're sleeping at night. Like, they don't need to tuck you in. They don't need to put you to bed. They don't need to brush your hair. They don't need to do anything. They just need to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, that's all you want from him, right?
Mm-hmm. 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 Because I remember when I was in Cayman, he came to see me. He came to see me before I left, the night before I left, and I had muscle cramps. I had muscle cramps in my foot, and he literally picked me up, and he put me down on the ledge because I was walking barefoot on the stones, and he picked me up, literally picked me up.
Yeah, so you're going through a hard time. Something rough, something rocky, something physical happened because of it.
And he literally picked me up and he carried me.
And he took you to where you needed to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I like that. When I was leaving where all of us were, because somebody had invited me to a little to their house to just have pizza and wings and drinks, and we were just sitting down talking. And when I was leaving,
yeah. The future.
He followed me. He was the one who drove out with me and followed. Like he drove in front of me.
Yeah.
To show me where the bypass was to go back to where I was gonna stay, to where I was staying.
So he kind of helped you with your path.
Yeah.
So Lisa, is this resonating with you in any way?
Well, you mentioned cramp in your foot. My partner is currently in hospital with muscle spasms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Muscle spasms.
I have the same problem. Like literally, it's for me. I just realized I have to drink more water and I have to have more potassium in my system. So I've been eating a lot more bananas. But before, I like literally in the middle of the night, I felt like my foot just like flecked, like the muscles in my foot, like literally they just hooked together, and that is just extremely painful.
Well, that's your body speaking to you. It's so funny. I love Nancy's fan happening also in there. That's so hypnotizing for us at that moment. Like it's so perfect. Like in the side eye, like we are being hypnotized with her fan at the same time. So this is so perfect. Oh, hi Nancy. So muscle spasms, Ronique, that's something that's not normal. Not that's not normal. Okay, your body is speaking to you through these muscle spasms. Look, she got a blanket too. And Lisa also mentioned blankets. Okay, so this is something to do with that. And my foot just cramped while I was saying that.
Yeah. Yep.
Go on, Lisa.
I remember that night. I remember that night.
My foot is hanging off the chair, and as you said, my foot cramped. My little toe went bing and
Bing,
went
my
straight.
foot did also a bing like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it happened. And he
So hold
carried.
on, Vanessa. Why did he get a blanket right now, Vanessa? I just need to understand this.
Because my feet are cold.
Oh. Okay.
My feet are cold. And I don't know if it's because I saw Lisa getting comfy, but it started to get colder. And I was like, ooh, that felt like being comfy sounds nice right now.
So Lisa did something to allow you to go get a blanket.
Yeah. And I have my toes wrapped up too because I'm cold. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how it's going to come full circle yet, but I mean, it's coming. I like where it's going. I like where it's going. Like it's the roller coaster it's a loop to loop. It's a circle roller coaster.
You need to drink water. You should drink water.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you for that.
More potassium. Yeah, that's what I need. But trust me, I remember that night.
So my feet cramp. Like sometimes I get a foot cramp. Sometimes my feet talk to me. Like I'll just have moments where it kind of just does a little lick, like what it did tonight. And I would just know that, oh, okay, I need to have a banana. I need to add more banana or potassium. Like I listen to it from before it has to do the full blown, like, let me cramp up in bed when you're sleeping to get your attention. Like, cause I have gotten that before.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't want my body to have to talk to me in such a violent way. Right. I'm listening to it from the first, like, me. And then I'm like, okay, banana tomorrow. Like right now, for sure, I bought bananas just like yesterday. And I was like, I don't know, I never eat a banana, but now I'm going to go have the whole of them this week because we're talking about this. So everyone, please have a banana this week. Yeah. And let's see how that works with your foot cramping. Okay, Ronique, we'll see.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I don't feel it as much just because I've been taking my time and having more bananas.
Yeah.
So I don't really feel it as much. It still comes. It still comes now and again.
Yeah.
In both feet.
Yeah.
But it's not as much just because I'm incorporating more water and more potassium, which is fine. But those two, man. Path 1, path 2, and path 3.
Okay, Melissa. So what happened after the comfortable guy?
Because I wanted comfort, right? But then I thought, no, this is really not what I want. This is like, I don't want to get stuck in this comfort zone. That's what I really like. Deep down, I had to ask myself, what do I really want? Because comfort is so nice.
Yeah.
Comfort, a guy who's gonna cook soup for you and take care of you when you're sick. That's nice. But it wasn't deep down what I wanted. So I had to own that. Again, I had to be like, okay, I have to be honest to myself that that's not what I want. And it was hard. I had to tell him, I said, this is, I'm leaving and I'm following my own path. But it takes a lot to tell that to somebody, especially a friend,
Yeah. Yeah, it takes to
To
it's hard
own it
because
first. Yeah, sorry.
yeah, to realize you want that, and then also the worry about the other person is such a big worry on someone, because we don't understand that it's perfect. Like, it's so hard to use another word. It's perfect. Like, that person needed you in that life for that moment. You needed that person in the life for the moment. The exit needed to happen at the right moment. I've done hypnotherapy on a lot of people. And when we go into why did this happen? Why did this happen? It's just like, it just needed to happen. This person needed to come in at that time, and this person needed to exit at that time. We are the ones who make the big fucking drama about the exit. We're the ones that doubt it. We're the ones that, are not sure which path to take. We're the ones that do all of that stuff. And that's what cramping is all about, to tell you the truth. Cramping is about these fucking 3 paths, just to let you know. Because cramping, what happens is you have the build up. You're like, oh shit, I think I'm going to get a cramp. Right? So there's a buildup. There's like, oh no, I think something's about to happen, right? And then there's the, oh, it's happening, and there's a subconscious and a conscious thing that's happening. And then there's an after the cramp with the release or the let go of the some people feel the regret or the worry even after it happens, right? So it's all about like the 3 stages of a cramp, and there's worry happening through the 3 stages of the cramp. It's a doubt that happens through the 3 stages of a cramp. So it's funny because there's 3 stages and there's 3 paths that's happening, and it's the doubt that we're talking about through the thing, and we create the doubt. We're fucking creating this whole 3 paths that are happening right now, right? And the doubt about you, we're like, I'm not sure if I should pick Lisa. I'm not sure if I need to pick Nancy or Melissa, right? It's the doubt, and it's just like, remember, everything is going to lead to the same way anyways. All paths to the same place, and everything is perfect in the end. And we just don't want to have any doubts that are leading up to it, because in anything that we do, whether we need to have someone exit or have someone come in, it's just, that's how it's supposed to go. And the more doubt, the more doubt that we have, the longer the cramp is going to be, man. Right? It's just you're gonna live in the cramp state of something. You're like, it's like a cramp. Like, we're like, what is a cramp? Like, is that past life? Like, can we be a cramp? Like, maybe one day you were a cramp. Like, oh yeah. I mean, we all came from stars, so literally we all come from stars. Like, it's in scientific, like quantum science, all energy is okay. We go beyond stars, okay? But it's very hard to prove beyond stars, but there is beyond stars. So stars are made from stars, and they combust, and they make other little things, and they combust. They boof, and then the energy goes from beyond there, right? So we all technically come from stars. I think maybe one time your energy must have been, so the star goes into something else, and it goes into something else, it goes into something else, something goes into a flower, into a seed, something goes into apple, and then the person eats the apple, and then the energy goes into the person, and then so one time maybe the person was an apple. I think one time you must have been a muscle cramp from someone. Hold on, let me just pack my pipe one more time. Hold on a second. But
if that's possible, then it would explain a lot, because I've had these muscle cramps ever since I was young.
Oh, there we go. But is this ancestral, or is this a past life thing? That's where we're asking the question. So I'm sure we'll get the answer. Okay, Melissa. So, okay, you continued your life, and we were into Nancy now, and Nancy is exited. And that's what she was supposed to play, your husband, for some reason. And she's not there right now. She's there, but she's not. What does that? I don't know. Make sense. Make sense, Melissa.
For my husband.
I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know. Like, tell me, okay, about your husband, his role, his energy. What was your intention for this session today?
What
was your intention for this circle today?
Oh, I wanted. Okay, so I don't have like a one set intention, but I want to see what this is all about. I want
Yeah.
to, I feel a lot of heaviness with what's going on right now in Gaza, and I wanted to kind of make sense of the world and like make sense of life, but that's a lot to ask for. But
Oh no,
just
there's
some
nothing that's going to be a lot
light.
to
I
ask
was
for.
looking for light, and you
Yeah.
guys brought it. So I feel like it's beautiful. Life is so beautiful, and I think that we have to remind ourselves of how magical it is. And so that's why I came on here, because like when I look on my Instagram and I'm just like, oh gosh, it's so dark and so heavy and so sad and so painful. I wanted something like that makes sense, you know, because that doesn't make sense to me, you know.
Yeah.
It's like,
So you
this
know what?
makes sense.
So we're going to have different things that are going to awaken us in our spiritual journey. Me, I had a very big awakening over politics. Huge awakening over politics. That was one of the biggest spiritual awakening. And I think we constantly are being awakened. Like it's like before we hit our head, we're constantly awakened. But that was one of the biggest things. And what happened was how my path went down. It allowed me to open another Instagram account. So I have one that is full of like what's happening in this world. And I have another one that's light and fucking love. And I get to pick. I get to jump back and forth. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not even going to go on the other one. I don't know. I'm not even going to go on it today. And I go on my light and love, right? And that's what I get. You know, I get my little affirmations, the people who are doing the sound bowls and the yoga and the earth angel and everything. And then I have another one that one is like, oh shit. It's the real stuff. You know, and then it's people who I choose to follow on that maybe have a similar outlook, because when you hear something, you want to go down the rabbit holes. I went down rabbit holes after rabbit holes after rabbit holes. And regardless of the rabbit hole you go down on, whatever you choose to believe is going to be the right choice. Okay? Because it creates your reality. Like I could believe that unicorns exist, and for me, there's fucking unicorns. There's some people that don't believe in unicorns. That's okay too. They believe that there's no such thing as unicorns. It's a mystical animal. And I'm just like, all right, cool. And look, Lisa has her unicorn horn on her head because she's a fucking unicorn.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I was doing that. But unicorn is like the little symbol that my partner and I use for each other.
There you go.
Unicorn is actually Scotland's national animal.
Really?
Wow.
It's a unicorn.
That's
Goosebumps.
amazing.
So unicorns exist, Melissa.
Exactly. I mean, every other country has real life animals, but the Scottish.
Nadia, don't tune in right now and just say you had a dream about a fucking unicorn. Okay, Nadia? Don't tell me your dream was about a freaking, I'm going to say, okay.
No, there was
What
no
was your dream
unicorn.
about? Because I need to hear your dream, because I think it might be, because we're talking about mystical things, a dream.
Mhm.
And a lot of people must have seen unicorns in dreams, because in dreams we visit different dimensions. And you mentioned to me that you had a dream, and I just need to hear it, because I think it's the right moment for that.
Sure. So I had a nap this afternoon, and in my nap, I was dreaming that I had to open my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it's like whenever you're like half awake, half asleep, we're like, okay, I need to wake up now. I've been sleeping too long.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, wake up. And I was like, and I couldn't open my eyes. And I was like, I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. And then all of a sudden, I opened my eyes, but I'm still sleeping. I actually didn't wake up at all. I opened my eyes, and it's kind of like one of the videos you had at the start, you know, all those multicolored things that were moving around.
I needed that video for you.
Yeah. And it was like that. And I'm like, whoa. And I felt like I was flying over this stuff. I was like, oh, this is great. And I was like, at least I got my eyes open.
But you astral projected.
I guess so.
Yeah, that's an
So I actually read a near-death experience book once. And it reminded me of what he had described.
Yes. You visited a different dimension.
Yeah.
And so the
I was
dimension,
in a different dimension.
so you kind of visited the dimension that what she's referring to is she visited here. And basically it says, watch while you're high. This is the name of the video that is saved on Watch While You're High.
Nice.
And when you're in a different dimension, you're changing to a different dimension. So she kind of
The music scene has has got me down. 'Cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down. 'Cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down. 'Cause I don't want to be a clown. The music scene has got me down. 'Cause I don't want to be a clown.
I was waiting to see if there was a roller coaster happening in it as well. I was like, that would tie it in too fucking full circle because the other song that I had, guys, I heard it at the roller coaster ride. My kids were on a roller coaster when I heard that song today. So the Offspring song that I played in the beginning was my inspiration because it was on a roller coaster ride, just to let you know that. And now we are on to Nadia and her really trippy astral projection, visiting another dimension.
Mhm.
No such thing as past lives or all parallel lives. So you were visiting something. What were you
Yeah.
visiting? What did you see? Like, it was just trippy? Was it like
It was,
cartoony?
yeah, it was just trippy.
Cartoony?
I don't remember seeing anything. It was just mostly colors,
Yeah.
and I was flying, so I was just, I guess, high and happy.
Yeah.
I would
And so
say.
you definitely visited that dimension. A
Mhm.
very similar one that was in the
video.
Yeah, because there are different dimensions. Like, have you ever watched the movie Doctor Strange, like the newest one? And he goes into different dimensions, and one of the dimensions they go into, it's like paint,
Mhm.
and they're just fucking paint.
No, I didn't
That's
see
why I
it.
was
but I
saying,
did
like,
see.
Ronnie could be a cramp. You could just imagine living in a life where you're just a fucking cramp. And you're like, when do I finish living this life? Please let me reincarnate now. And then you reincarnate, and then all of a sudden you're a piece of paint. So, yeah. So Lisa was definitely a unicorn in a past life, and Nadia, she just visited some type of trippy ass place
Mhm.
where she went to. I mean, can I
Definitely.
please join you in that life next
I'll
time? Because
I'll invite you next time. We had a really good nap this afternoon.
yeah, naps are so important. I love
Yeah.
those. I do them a lot because I'm creating an astral projecting course for people.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm called to. One of the things that I'm doing, and yeah, this learning. Actually, I'm doing it in my summer camp this summer. So I have
Nice.
my kids and I have my nephews and everyone. We're going away this summer, and we're heading to Tunisia for almost 2 months. And I'm doing a full spiritual camp for them. And one of the things that I'm going to be teaching them is astral projection. So through meditation and through different ways and different modalities. And we're also going to be doing body check-ins and like kind of what I did with you guys in the beginning. So it's like you are really connected with yourself, because if you're not connected with yourself, then you don't know what's yours and what somebody else's.
Mhm.
Because half the time we're using somebody else's energy on us, and we're like, is this half the time when I'm feeling a pain or an emotion or something, I'm like, is this mine or is this somebody else's? And if it's somebody else's, I'm like, okay, give it back to them. Or is this a this life thing, or is it a past life thing? Fine, if it's a past life, bye-bye.
Mm.
Right? And I'm like, it's not mine. It's not mine. Send it love and light and send it back. And I mean, I guess I'm still alive and I'm okay, so I guess it works.
Mm.
Right? Because we all always have, I don't want to say always, I hate that word, and I love that word, but there's things, we're human, right? So there's things that are going to happen in our life that we're going to be like, am I going to die? And that's the first thing that we think of. We're like, oh my gosh, I have a pain in my left leg. I am going to die. And then we start Googling it. And if you Google everything, you always have cancer, right? Like I'll have an ingrown nail. I'm like, shit. If I go to Google, it means cancer. Could be cancer of the toe, right? I don't have any ingrown nail. I don't know why I said ingrown nail. So if anybody has an ingrown nail, like I'm not sure why that word popped into my head, because I'm not sure what's going on with these nails and the word nail. And I think it happens from when we're a kid, right? And a lot of the time, how our parents react to us when we have something going on. Like you could be the parent where you have a cut, and it's just like, all right, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, your body's gonna heal it, and everything's gonna be okay. You know, just send it light and love, trust it, do a little Reiki for it. I'll do Reiki for it. Everything's gonna be fine. Or you could be the parent where it's like, oh my goodness, let me check on it. Let me remind them about it. Let me check on it again. Let me remind them about it again. I don't know. I mean, are you that type of partner? Are you that type of person? Like, what would you call yourself? Each one of you. I don't know. What type of energy makes sense to you? Do you?
I definitely have that with my mum. My mum is overprotective of me and always has been. I mean, I'm 36 now, and even if I go on a night out with friends, she wants me to text her. She'll text me at 11:30. Okay, Lisa, it's getting late. Maybe you want to go home now. Make sure
Oh
you put your
my.
hand over your drink so no one spikes you and rapes you. You know, your cars are too nice. That's going to attract attention. Someone's going to break into your house and steal your cars and beat you up
Oh
in the
my.
process. She is extreme. So that is the type of parent I had, the excessive worry. Yes.
Okay, wait. I wanna go into this energy. This is an energy. I want who's gonna play her. Can you pick someone to play her?
Vanessa.
Melissa? Vanessa? Vanessa. Oh, all right.
Sorry,
Okay,
don't know
so
why.
Vanessa, you're her mom. Like, what's going on? Why are you so
Um,
worried? Are you Googling cancer right now? Like, what is like? Are you like?
kind of reminds me of my mom too. Like a lot of scare and worry, just a lot of anxieties pressed on you. I
Yeah,
always thought it was for a control thing.
yeah.
I think her life growing up was so out of control. She was also the eldest daughter, but the middle child, so she was also mom. So everything was in her control from a very, very, very young age. And so, are you the only child, or do you have any siblings or only daughter, Lisa?
Me, I have two half brothers and a half sister, both from previous marriages, but from my parents, I'm the only child. But
Um,
my mum is also the middle child, but eldest daughter.
Yeah, the
okay.
eldest daughter has a big role. You know, I always say my daughter is my mom. Like she cooked lunch and dinner today. Mashallah. Like God bless her, right? She cooked lunch and dinner today. She's
It's
13.
amazing.
I sat down and I was just on my phone in the kitchen with her, chilling, watching a movie. She's watching her movie and she's cooking the pasta.
That's
And my other
amazing.
daughter comes in and we're eating the pasta. We're like, this is the most delicious pasta we've ever eaten. This is amazing. Like my littlest one had like 4 bowls of fucking pasta. Like she loved it so much. And I think that encourages her to do it more as well. Like she's cooking and we love it. You know, we're using it like it's an amazing thing. She's so responsible. She's so great. And I'm like, thank God, it don't make me feel guilty. I'm not guilty. Mm-mm. And this is a life lesson for her. She needs this in her life. Like she's going to be a great mom, a great everything,
Mm-hmm.
inshallah, God willing. So yeah, I can definitely see the perspective from that as my daughter and how I'm trying to make her be mom, but not responsible. Like, fuck that. She doesn't need the responsibility is a light responsibility. Like you don't need to raise your sister, but at the same time, like you need to be the big sister. Like it's an important role, like to be a big sister. You picked it. I tell my kids all the time, you picked it. Like you picked. Sometimes when she's a little sassy, I'm like, I am the mom in this life. Okay, Sometimes I let you play and remind yourself of the mom role, but I am really the mom. Okay. I'm grateful that you were my mom in a different life because like I don't cook. I have a nanny. Like even growing up as a child, I had a nanny. I still have a fucking nanny. I don't cook. And now she's going away for her holiday for 2 months and I'm going to have to cook. Okay, so I'm very happy that my daughter knows how. No, I'm just joking. No, we're going to be on vacation in Tunisia, and I mean it's a part of the whole spiritual camp thing. We're going to be cooking breakfast together, and I mean obviously we're going to be out having lunch, and my in-laws will be there, and so hopefully my mother-in-law will cook, and she doesn't want to, so she's trying to actually get a cook, and I'm all for it. I'm like, we got to find a cook. Like I'm telling my husband to find a damn cook. We're on the cook search. So please, guys, can you please send energy so we find a cook?
Please send one in my direction because I'm a terrible cook, so I'll avoid cooking at all costs.
Yeah, like not that I don't think I just rather I don't know what it is with me and cooking.
I don't
You know?
enjoy it. For me, it's more so I hate having to go to the supermarket. I hate having to bring it home, put it in the fridge,
process?
put it in the freezer,
Oh,
and
you're
then
my
the actual
mom.
cooking process,
Oh my God, you're
and
my
then
mom
the
right now.
cleaning of it.
This is
Like,
it.
it's stressful. Just give me the
This is
food.
it. Yeah, this is it. You're playing my mom's role because my mom told me her whole life, she's like, I hate cooking. I hate cooking. I hate cooking. Like my mom always said that to me. It was like her least favorite thing to do. And right now I'm just like, I'm not cooking. And I'm really grateful she said that because that allowed me to get a cook. And cooking is a great thing too. I think sometimes we have to do the things that we hate, and that's why this opportunity has been given to me for the next 2 months because nothing is supposed to be more powerful than me. Like I don't like running, but I'll fucking run as often as I can. Like if I take a walk to my gate, I will run the whole way back up just because I'm like, you're not gonna have no one up on me running. I'm gonna because I hate you, I'm gonna just love you for this moment in time. We don't want anything to have power over us, or else it's not you're giving away your power. So that's why I'm so grateful for this 2 months of me cooking. And you know what? When that happens, you're gonna find the cook because I've accepted it. So that's when the cook comes in. Right? Right, universe? So yeah, Lisa. So maybe just cooking. I don't know.
I actually have a question for Lisa. Is your mom a little nosy too sometimes? Like, for example, as you guys were talking, my mom just knocked on my door and tried to come in. So my mom has
No privacy.
privacy. There's nothing. I had my nipples pierced once, and I was going off to like a beach trip. She reached in. She's like, "Oh, you don't wear your bikinis like that. You need to fix yourself." But she went ahead and just
Fixed you.
it. She fixed me, and she goes, "What is that?" And that's how she found out. But she just came in to hand off my open mail.
Because one thing, you can never lie to your mom. That's the crazy thing. Okay. I'm just going to let you know, like, you can never hide anything from your mom. I tell my kids that all the time. Like, you can't hide anything from me. Don't try to hide something from me because actually, I'm not upset at what I'm going to find. I'm upset that you're hiding it from me. This is the thing that makes the big upset. You know, the thing that will be more upset. If you just come and tell me, without me having to ask you and you deny it or something like that, I'm gonna find out. Like I'm gonna find out. I find out. I always tell my son, like, I'm gonna find out. The truth always comes to light, right? It always comes to light, and especially for a mom, it's really hard to hide it. And the more you hide it, the more she gets pushy. You understand? Like the more we hide the thing, the more the pushy the mom has to get because it's like, I know there's something. I know there's something there. You know, like I know there's something. And so even with my son, I know there was something, right? And I just went, you know what? I trust you, to the universe, to source, to God, to that big energy, the creator. I trust you. Just let it come to light. Just let it come to light. And came right into the sunlight. Bling. So yeah.
Yeah, I Yeah, sorry to answer Vanessa's question. My mum is very much like that. She knows no personal boundaries at all. Um, and so, for example, I was on the phone just a couple of days ago, and so my mum is out visiting me in France at the moment,
Oh,
and
that's amazing.
yeah, it's
No
always a one-way
coincidence
ticket though.
there. Because after this conversation, you're going to notice the shift in your mom's energy. I hope you know that. Every single person we've talked about tonight is going to have a shift in their energy. So Melissa had to heal that first boyfriend because something was going on with him right now. Don't be surprised if he pops in your DM just to be like, "Hi, just thinking about you." As Ronique was saying, we thought about this guy, we talked about him, and he called her. Right? That's how it works. The energy is actually going to the person, and it's going to be felt.
And he just called too.
There you go.
Yeah, he
Right.
just called. He said he's heading out to sea.
Oh, to see.
He's heading
What?
out to sea.
To see?
What?
To sea, yeah.
Like, what do you mean by see? SEA?
Yes, SEA.
Where's he going?
Well, he's heading outside of Cayman waters apparently, so they have to stamp his passport and all that. He's like, I should be back by 4 p.m. tomorrow.
So is that a mode of transportation? Like, instead of flying, he's going on.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what he does when he goes out at sea,
Okay.
but he is a whole lot more adventurous than I am.
Very strange, because why that mode of transportation?
This is number 2, right?
Yeah,
He sounds very interesting.
that's what I said.
Can we have a guest on this show?
Like, can we call these people up to see how they're?
Yo, he just said that when I said to him, I was saying, I'm on a conference call. And we're talking about you. He said, "Can we go on a group call?"
Yes.
Schedule it. Let's do it.
I mean, you're happy to share the link with him if he wants to
Oh,
come on. I mean, we can pop him on.
What does he do?
Oh my God, he is. I get the vibe that he's an electrician, so he does a lot of work with his hands. But I think he might. I think he might. I think he might do some more interesting dealings on the side, if you will. That's the vibe I get. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, he's a hustler.
Yeah.
Melissa, how does this make sense to the second choice that you made? How's your
me?
husband? Yeah, I just want to ask about him.
That's a good question. I
would you call him
kind
a
of at a
hustler,
loss
or
of
would you
words.
call him like more of a guy who does a 9 to 5,
Well,
or does he is he having problems with his work? Like, what?
No, I mean he's definitely a fish. I have sand in my hair right now. Like, I'm picking out sand from my scalp because we like live at the beach. I mean, we don't live at the beach, but we go every time he has off.
Oh, because
he's always in the water. He's always kite surfing.
Oh,
so my daughter and I pitch a tent literally at the beach, and we hang out in the tent. And we bring food, and I thought, oh, next time, and I bring books, and I took a nap in the tent today. It was amazing. I heard the waves, but I have sand in my hair.
Yeah, you're picking out sand, and he's gone to sea.
Yep.
Does this mean he's the guy for her? Like, what does this mean?
No.
And the first one, yeah, I'm gonna say that he is not. He likes the water, but he doesn't like swimming.
The first one already told you that he is tired of being a comfy blanket, or that's the path for him, more the comfy blanket kind of path. Needs a comfort zone, maybe needs to, like, I don't know, something.
I have a question. What do you want? I mean, we keep talking about these guys, but they're off at sea while we're talking about them.
Yeah,
But what do you want?
If you come off the call, it's gonna be another half an hour. But if you come off the call before that, call me back.
What do you want? What do you want? I think we had to go back to really, like,
maybe apparently
what are you looking for?
But she wants this.
You know what?
This?
this. I mean, obviously we're doing this, so it has to be what she wants.
Yeah.
Like maybe you like that attention, if that's the word. And
Yeah.
I don't want to use the word in a negative context. Maybe the light needs to be shone on you for a little bit.
Yeah.
What do I want? I think for a long time, I think I've been giving attention to other people.
Yeah.
So I think for the next relationship that comes along, I think I'd like a little bit of that attention on me sometimes, for once. And
Well,
it would be
I'm
like,
sorry,
and
how
it
long has
wouldn't
this
be,
how
it
how long
wouldn't
have we
be,
been live streaming? Because we have been 2 hours and 25 minutes of
it wouldn't be.
freaking Ronique's pathways.
Oh boy.
So I think it's here. You are getting the attention is on you, honey. Love it up. Look at the light shining in on you right now. Just enjoy your spotlight. Main character energy.
You do have the brightest little square. It's shining. There's so much light in that box.
No,
Lisa has it too.
it's just overcast.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
So I love that. I love that.
Mhm.
And so Lisa, you mentioned your mom is here, and that's very coincidental, not. And you have a lot of stuff happening in your life at this very moment that she's here.
Yeah. My mum gets herself very involved in my life and my relationships and doesn't respect personal boundaries. So my relationship is a.
I'm just checking if this is coming from a this life energy, your mom's energy. I need to understand, why is your mom
Okay.
acting this way? Is
Okay.
it from something that is in this life that's coming through to her, or is it
Mhm.
something more in a past life that's coming through to her right now?
Mhm.
Right. And so I won't, regardless. Oh, I am burping so much right now. And burping for me is willpower and motivation, and this is solar plexus energy. Okay, so let's just pick someone. You've already picked Vanessa to play your mom. So Vanessa is still playing your mom, but I want to do your mom. That you're her mom in this life, and I want to go into the mom in a different life.
Okay.
So pick someone to be the mom in a different life. And Vanessa is going to also see how it relates to her as well in this life, okay?
I feel Melissa.
Okay. So Melissa, you're her in her mom in a different life. What type of mom are you? You look kind of Rasta right now.
Yeah,
So
I'm
looks like
pretty.
you might
I
need a
think
spliff.
I'm pretty hands off.
You're gonna
Just
stick
kinda-
you're gonna stick your hand in your daughter's chest to fix her
Hell
boob?
no.
Like, okay, if she can wipe her ass, is she gonna wipe her ass, or are you gonna run in there to wipe it for her?
I'm gonna try to get her to be able to do it herself.
Yeah, because I don't know why I'm talking about ass wiping right now, but
Because that's one of the things happening in my household. Not right
Yeah.
now, but I'm trying to get my daughter to be able to do it herself before she goes to school. I mean, while she's at school, nobody's going to wipe her butt here.
yeah.
That's what the new school told us.
Yeah, nobody's gonna, she has to wipe her own butt.
But she's 4, so she's still learning, how to
Oh yeah,
do
she's
it
gonna
right.
come home with shit stain. My daughter's 7 and she still has shit stains on her pants. All right. Listen to me. She's 7. She still has shit stains.
Yay.
Yeah, it's and that's okay. I always tell her, like, and I'm like, but we take off her clothes to go in the shower, and I don't even say anything to her. Like, I've noticed the shit stains got less.
That's good progress.
And I've noticed that the peeing in the pants, because she even at 6, like, she would be watching TV, and to go to the bathroom is not her priority. And the more we picked on her about it, the more we said, why is your pants wet? Why is your pants wet? Why is your pants wet? The more we did that, the more we noticed the pants would be wet. Now we haven't really been saying anything, and the pants have been dry. Only like, a couple times I'm like, is your pants wet? Oh, and I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, oh, that's amazing. So it's focusing on the negative builds more negative. and there's nothing really negative, right? It's just focusing on the energy makes more of that same energy happen. Lisa, go on.
It's funny you mention this because I've just remembered a story that my mum told me. So before I was born, one of my brothers, he also took a very long time to come out of nappies. He still had to wear a nappy when he started school. So we start primary school when we're like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't have a nappy at that stage. And he still kept shitting himself. So one day, my mum actually just completely lost it and took off his shitty nappy and slapped him across the face with it and says, "You need to stop this. This is ridiculous." He never shit himself again. It worked.
Wow.
I mean, that is atrocious. And she's ashamed of admitting that.
That's
But
amazing.
just,
At the same time, though, it is exactly what he needed. Like, you don't understand. Our parents, we know what the kids need. You know what I mean? We have to have no guilt. Maybe your mom's carrying over so much guilt from doing that or something.
maybe.
But I mean,
Yeah.
because that shit, I mean, the kids, they need it. Like, you know, like kids sometimes they, I mean, would I choose that method? No, because I don't have the same kid. But
Yeah,
no,
yeah. I mean,
no,
that's not my mum. Like, she's not abusive in any way and
in
never
any
hits
way, but
kids or does anything horrible.
something just
So
told
it was
her,
just
hit
that
the kid
one
with the
day.
shit.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's funny you spoke about
Shit in
kids
pants.
shitting themselves and nappies and yeah.
Yeah, the word funny is going to mean something so different after these moments. You know, I'm always, when somebody tells me something, I'm like, you know what's so funny? And funny doesn't mean haha. Funny means like,
Yeah.
strange.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So it's like the
exactly.
word funny. We've been programmed to believe the word funny should be ha 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 ha. But really, the word funny could be like, And then the word funny, when we go, is looked at like differently because we've been like told like that person's a little funny. And it's like, oh shit, I don't want to be like that person. That's a bad thing. My parents told me that person's a little funny. But like we're all pretty funny. Right. So yeah, shitting pants. Okay. So wait, so you're Melissa. Okay, let's go back. Melissa's the other version of the mom shitting the pants. And so could you please tell okay, so let's have you talk to your daughter and just tell her that, I don't know, tell her you don't want to hit her in the face with the diaper, or tell her that everything's going to be fine and you can let's just pretend the diaper thing didn't happen, right? Let's just pretend the diaper thing didn't happen, because Melissa, apparently I don't think you'd hit your daughter with the diaper. I mean, again, she picked you as a mom. Like,
She's
yeah,
not. Yeah. So
like, what is this shitty thing happening? Like, is it stressful? Is it not stressful? Is it like, are you going to hit her in the face with a diaper eventually? Like, I don't know. Like, what's your take
I'm
on it?
talking to my daughter. You
Yeah,
want
but
me to talk to her?
I don't know. I want you to pretend that you're the little boy who got hit in the face, has a little boy who got hit in the face. I need to connect it. I'm trying to figure out the way to connect it.
But you're
Is it
right.
stressful? Is it stressing you out? Like, what is it? What is the connection?
No, I'm not stressing out about that, because I figure he's going to learn eventually. But I guess if if he goes to school every day with a diaper full of shit, then that would stress me out a lot. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, and what is your
That's
daughter?
That's like I'm failing as a mother. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
So
And
I
you
need to
cannot
do
let that
something
happen.
about it. Yeah. But sometimes as a mother, it's like, how do we solve these problems? These problems are so much bigger than us. But why are we responsible for them? Do you know
But
what I mean?
we don't have a handy book. Like, there's no
But
handbook to open.
people kind of assume it's our job to do all these things that are not really in our control. So
But at the same
it's
time,
stressful.
at the same time, we want it to be in our control, right? Like, we are trying to control it, but then we don't know how to control it, but we're controlling it. We have no choice. We have to control it. Slap him in the face with a diaper.
Yeah, it's our job to control it. But we really don't know what the hell we're doing.
We're
just trying every day. Like, let's try this. Let's try this. And I think we do have our own, like, I have my personality of how I deal as a mother, and then my husband has how he parents. But I am a bit softer. I'm a bit more nurturing. I do want to cuddle and I want to like tell them it's okay. But a kid will also draw their own boundaries. A kid will also say, okay, mom, I'm big now. Back off, you know?
Yeah.
That's what my daughter's already started doing. And she's only 4.
Yeah. Well, it's because we can't. It's not when
Scary.
we
I'm
want
like,
something
but
sometimes,
you're
right?
my
It's like,
baby.
yeah, because we're so used to not having them talk back, right? We're so
Yeah.
used to not having them talk back. But the whole part of growing up is to have boundaries. That's what we're
It's,
trying to teach them, to have their own word, their own say, their own, like, if you knock on my door to come in, you're
yeah.
always welcome to come in. It's like I'm not hiding anything from you, but I
Yeah.
love the fact that I have a boundary.
I think
I
it's
don't know.
healthy. It's probably healthy that she's already showing signs of boundaries. And I'm thinking, wow, okay, I'll respect your boundary. If you put up a boundary, I'll respect it because I respect you. And we use that word in this house now. Just suddenly this week, we started saying, I respect you. And my daughter said,
Oh, Lisa,
and
look at
she
that.
said,
Maybe
I
that's a good word.
respect.
And
Yeah. And she
Vanessa.
started using it. And I thought, wow, that's a really great word. I want to use it more and tell her, I respect you. And please respect me
Because
too,
we don't
right?
know what respect means. Like maybe we're never taught. Like our definition of a word, like funny and funny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our definition of respect can mean something completely different. It's crazy because the definition is not like an Oxford dictionary definition
Mm-hmm.
for each person, right? It comes with its experiences. So respect to me, growing up, means that it's okay to shove my hand in your bra because that was what I was taught. So I don't know, Vanessa, like growing up, like what was going on with your mom? Like, did they have to share clothes? Like, did they have to was there no
I,
boundaries,
I'm
no
pretty
doors?
sure my mom doesn't even really talk much about her childhood,
Yeah,
but I know that she had a complicated relationship with her mom. But
yeah.
also, I was gonna add too that respect can also mean that, but respect can also mean, especially within my mom's network, her family and the way she grew up, respect can also mean obedience. And but obedience is something completely different than
Yeah, that's not the same word. Yeah, that's a different
Mm-hmm.
energy.
completely different, a little bit more aggressive energy too. And sometimes I feel that with my mom. And also kind of to tie back into hygiene, growing up, I really don't remember my mom talking to me about how to clean myself, how to wipe myself. My mom took me to the doctors and the doctors were like, you just have to wipe better. But even still now, like I don't use like the wipies, like the wet wipes. But I started to, but I had to ask my friend how do you, keep it all hygienic because I don't want things to cross or anything like that. But
Like,
I'm like
like
20.
wipe from back to front, like, I mean,
Yeah,
front to back. You don't wipe from back to front, like,
front,
like you don't, yeah, you write
but no
from front to
one
back. You
ever,
don't kind of mix the caca paper with the pee paper. Like, people, if you're not taught, like, yeah, if
yeah,
you're not
Yeah.
taught, like, okay, I'm going to wipe the caca, and then all of a sudden I'm going to wipe this area, or, like, what does wiping even mean? Like, just wipe yourself.
Mm.
Um,
yeah,
yeah, so it's like really going into more detail, of
definitely
how
more
to self-love
shame.
yourself.
Hmm.
It's more, I felt more ashamed growing up because of it, because I felt embarrassed having a male doctor have to look at me there as a young child. And then also too, I don't remember her talking to me at all about menstruation.
This is
So
funny because
I
we're talking all about your reproductive organs and all about the sacral chakra, which is also connected to, this area. Yeah.
interesting. But I for sure was ashamed for many years because I woke up one day and I had my period, like I think it was the summer of me going into 5th grade. So I had it really early and I got my period and I was just bleeding. I just saw all this blood everywhere and I was shouting for my mom and I was really needing my mom and she
Oh,
was asleep. So she just sent my dad and my dad
Oh.
the door and he just closed it real quick and I just felt so ashamed. Every
mhm.
time I had my period, I felt so ashamed.
Oh
I
my
couldn't even
gosh.
dad. I
Yeah.
couldn't talk to my dad. I was just
Oh.
so it took
It
me
was a trauma.
a lot of trauma. It took me years. And then when I started to develop too, I remember asking my mom for bras or like trainers, and she would only buy me the spaghetti straps with the built-in bras. And I was just so embarrassed because I was showing.
You're showing nipples and growing a little bit and all that stuff. You
I'm
see,
not a
like when
predator. I wore a jacket every day, and it was so hot, but I was so embarrassed and ashamed.
yeah. This is the energy we're going to. This is exactly where we need to be. So just trust that, it's perfect. It's something that we've been taught for so long, or in our parents' days, periods and stuff were very much, they didn't talk about those type of things. Growing chest wasn't really talked about in some households. It wasn't, I have so many clients, even myself, like it's not something talked about for my parents, like even me with my period story. I got my period, and my period story was a very funny story. No coincidence. How I look at it, I love it. I love my period story right now. I've turned into it, loving it. So I'll share mine, and I need we need us to figure out why your dad needed to see this side of you. Okay, why this happened to you. That's what we need to understand. My period story, I got my period on the first day of my confirmation classes. I grew up Catholic, right? And my parents were really like baptism, confirmation, Catholicism, confession, like I've done it all, right? And then I ended up marrying a Muslim. And my mom and dad, absolutely, I mean, he went through his journey with them, but I mean, they love him so much. I mean, he's our family. And I mean, he's perfect. Subhanallah, God is perfect. So I got it on the first day of my confirmation, and my mom kind of came in and she gave me the pad, and she kind of like giggled, oh, and she gave me my pad, and she told me, she said, put this on. And I did, and I said, Mom, I don't want to go to confirmation. And she's like, you're going to confirmation class. This is the first class ever. And I remember sitting down, and the person talking about the blood of Christ, and I'm like, I'm bleeding. Like at the exact moment he's saying the blood of Christ is like flowing down me. So I don't know why periods are such a powerful, because now being more spiritual, when a woman has her period, she is the most powerful she will ever be. I mean, in the cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Your period is your full moon. And in full moon, we become more intuitive. We become more in tune with everything, with our energies. We become more healing. We're in the light. We become the light when we have our period, right? So we are the blood of Christ. The healing version of us is there. And so I don't know why, for some reason, your dad just needed to experience the blood of Christ. How does that make?
He's very spiritual, like very. I just went to church with him today before we got on. I don't know, because then you also mentioned iron too, that the iron comes from dad, the masculine.
And the blood and the period is all connected.
Yeah, I have no idea, but my dad is very Christian. We talk about Jesus Christ, and I always have questions about the Bible and and just everything. And him and I, it's so interesting because we'll listen to the Bible, we'll watch movies. I mean, he's doing a daily Bible read, so he reads verses and verses as much as he can, and he's trying to do it for a year, but he's a very devout Christian, and I love him for it. And I'm really glad, because through him, that's how I'm able to have a connection through God. Because my mom, she was Catholic.
Well, your dad is God. You need to understand that. In the ancestral constellation, your dad is God. And your mom is spirituality. Mom is more of the religion, the spiritual side of it, and that is like the God voice. He plays that. Apparently, it's the male egg that chooses whether or not you're female or male. That's it chooses who you're supposed to be. So your dad technically is the creator, while your mom is the religion. She's a carrier. She's the Mother Earth energy. She's the goddess energy. She's the one that nurtures and loves and everything. Kind of, So spirituality and religion are one. I mean, it's the same thing. It just makes me say that God is you and you are God, and everything is all connected. So I think you were I think you were your dad's wife in a different life.
Oh, interesting. It's so that's interesting. That's so interesting. Just because like when I think about a man for myself, I'm like, I want my dad's care qualities and
You just want your
just
dad.
for me, I would love to find that in within somebody else.
Yeah.
Like I always say the example that we have a second house in Mexico, and my room was hot, so I went to sleep, and then I woke up and I was cold, but I saw a heater on that I hadn't noticed when I went to bed. So I asked him the next day, I said, "Hey Dad, did you put that in my room?" He goes, "Yeah, I woke up at the middle of the night to go use the restroom, and I figured you'd be cold, and I saw that you were all in a ball, so I put a heater in your room." And I was like, that is just so sweet. I love my dad. Like he's just the best. So those like that quality of care I absolutely love, and I want to surround myself with individuals who also have that quality of care.
Okay, so I'm gonna just
It's so like I love
so
that.
that's the best thing. In Ancestral Constellation, if your dad is sitting at the wrong place in the ancestral line in the constellation, for right now, your dad is sitting beside you. You and your dad are beside each other. So it's like your mom, your dad, and you're all on the same line.
Yeah.
And when you're all on the same line, the thing is that it's very hard for you to find a man because your dad is your man. So your relationships are going to be strained because there is someone already in that place. Okay, so there's no place for somebody else. So what we're going to have to do right now is we're just going to move you forward, and we're going to put the two other players, your mom and your dad, are going to go behind you, right? It's supposed to be mom and dad behind us, and then we're supposed to be in the front, and that leaves a space open for a partner to come in to fill that spot. And then, we go down children, and then, like in the family tree, right? In the family tree, we can't have you next to your mom and dad. It just doesn't work. Like you're not the second wife.
Right. It definitely does feel like that. I feel like I always tell myself like I feel like I'm a little bird in a cage, and the cage is open, but I just don't fly off. Like I don't just leave. I do feel very connected to my parents. We're all pretty close. I am really close to my dad. It's a very matriarchic family home. So it's very much we're taking orders from my mom.
So can we call in someone to play the role of your dad right now?
Melissa.
Okay. So Melissa, you're playing the role of her dad. Tell me about your dad. I don't know. Tell me about what you feel. Tell me about whatever comes to your mind.
He definitely stays pretty much. He lets my mom control everything. My mom controls everything. And he just like sits there. But once in a while, he makes a comment. And when he makes a comment, you better listen, because if he's actually speaking up, then it means
Something
like
important.
he has to get out.
Yeah, that's
he
a God
is
energy.
so sweet, so thoughtful. He recovered from cancer, and he's really changed a lot. He's so much more sensitive now, and just really living life and loving the simple things. Like,
hold on, wait. I'm connecting it now. So cancer, what did cancer do for your dad?
It made him realize how precious life is. And
just to let you know, Vanessa, your period is cancer. I'm just letting you know. So this is your dad walking in and seeing you with your period. Okay, so go ahead, Melissa. What did he do?
And he used to get really stressed about everything because he was working and raising 3 kids, and we used to really butt heads a lot because I would fight back, and I'd say, "Why do you have this tone of voice?" And I was young, but I didn't like the way he was speaking to us, and he was stressed. And now I get it as a parent. And so he would yell.
Very very heavy.
Yeah, he was stressed, and I am like, why I said that. Why is your tone of voice so harsh?
He was a heavy period. heavy flow. So very, so something needed to happen for him to heal,
Mm-hmm.
because he looked at his period as something bad. Everybody looked
Mm-hmm.
at his period as something bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
So
you looked at him as his energy as something bad, like his
yeah.
heaviness was bad. Everybody was looking at it as bad.
Yeah.
Why do you think that heaviness was necessary?
I think it's just sometimes the byproduct of being a parent and having all that responsibility and just not knowing how to handle it all.
Yeah.
Like you go to work, you live in the rat race, and then how are you supposed to decompress just suddenly with your kids, you know?
He just it would just come out at the wrong. He was just exhaling, but in just
Like a
through anger.
period.
Like a period, and that's what we think our period is, though. A period is strength, guys.
Why am I why is it coming out right now?
Are you having your period right now?
No, but I'm taking
you are.
iron
This is
pills.
perfect.
I want to
And you're
tell
taking
you.
iron pills. All right,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay, guys. All
Because
right, the
I
full
just
circle's
went to the
happening.
gyno. I just went to the gyno 2 days ago because I thought something was wrong with me, and because I had 2 really, really heavy periods in 1 month.
Well, you bleed a lot. That means you are going to lose a lot of iron, because I mean, technically, it's a lot of bleeding.
It's exhausting.
Yeah, it's because
Yeah.
I mean, you're constantly healing. Like, we're not supposed to have 2 full moons in 1 month.
Yeah.
Imagine what it's going to do to Mother Earth, to the animals, to the plant. Okay, Lisa.
That's been happening to me as well. So
Okay.
I went and saw my gyno because I've been having periods literally back to back.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's
exhausting.
exhausting.
I don't want to say we're supposed to, because all knowledge is not always known, right? Anyone that says they know everything and have all the answers to anything is don't ever go to them. Like, no. So the word "supposed to" is a very open-ended word. Have 1 full moon a month? I mean, from past experiences, I've never seen 2 full moons happen in 1 month. It's just something that might not be very normal. It's fighting against the natural order. And then when we fight against the natural order, everything has to kind of submit to natural order. We must submit to natural order. Like, there has to be only 1 full moon a month. The moon's not going to say, "Fuck you guys, I'm going to come out 2 times." Everything has to align. And that's going with alignment in some way, right? I mean, the moon is alignment. I don't know why it's making me talk about the moon and alignment and then this whole thing. The full circle will happen soon. I mean, it's happening. So yeah, so that's funny. Ronique, hello. What is your input on period? Because you have big circles of full moons in your background.
Wow. Well, I've always believed that the period is more of a cleansing.
It is.
A cleansing to make way for new. Well, from my experience anyway.
No, it is, though. Like, literally, like we're removing all the lining of our uterus that is not needed to support an egg. Right? If the egg was being supported, then the uterus the lining doesn't have to shed, right? So the lining is a cleansing. And I would think that the uterus is the home. It is the home. It's your outward example of a home, right? Because I mean, that's where you are born and I mean, you're being held. It's like you're going to be there for 9 months. 9 months for a child is when you're pregnant, in this human world, it's 9 months. But imagine the length that's happening in another dimension. It's a very long process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It can be a very long process. Pregnancy of a human. Pregnancy of an elephant is fucking long in the human world. I mean, you remember, like, dogs have different ages, like dog age, it's times 7 and all that stuff, different ages. When you're pregnant, 9 months is not really 9 months. It's a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So this can go back to, sometimes when this happens, I would channel into like when you were in your mom's stomach or when you were pregnant or something like that. That can also come up. with that energy. But yeah, cleansing. So definitely, Ronique, I agree with you with the cleansing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've always believed. Because at least for me anyway, whenever I have my period, it's everything comes out, and
All
it's just
emotions.
everything comes out. And you know, it is so strange because my period just finished, and then I
Mhm.
started having a cold. So it has to be. Mommy said to me, she had said to me that when I was born, I was really sick, and I was in an incubator for like, I guess, for a few days,
Mhm.
and they had to put the drips in my arm,
Yeah.
and I was always yanking them out because apparently when I was a newborn, I was not about that life. I wasn't about the life of needles,
Oh,
so they had to.
that's crazy that a newborn can be yanking that shit out like that. I don't know
Seriously.
that
Oh
like that
yeah.
is some lineman grab
Wow.
it, grip it, and pull it like that's a lot for a newborn. Like you, a
Hmm.
very talented child,
Mm.
like you knew what
My
you were doing.
my mother said anytime they tried to put anything in my arm, I yanked it out. I wasn't about it. So
Mhm.
they had to literally shave off half my head and put the drip in my head so I would so I wouldn't get to it.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened when I was born. They literally had to shave off half of my hair. So I had, but like how Cassie had half of her had a part of her hair like shaved off.
Who is Cassie?
Diddy's Cassie.
Oh, Nancy. No. Who?
Cassie. The singer Cassie.
Oh, sorry. I'm not very big with singers. Like maybe some other people know that, but
Well, yeah, she shaved off half her hair.
Lisa, this you know who she's talking about?
Yeah, yeah, Cassie, she's Diddy's ex, P. Diddy. That's the one that he's beat up and raped, and that's the
Oh.
one that had the court case
The,
against
the, the
him.
big the
And
big drama. The big drama. So
Oh.
they had to shave
He
off
did
half.
it a whole fucking rabbit hole, man. I've
Oh,
dabbled into that rabbit hole. You know, sometimes I go in there and I'm like, okay, let me put my head up now because I can't need to breathe. But yeah, that's a rabbit hole. But remember, everything is a play. Okay,
mm,
everything is a play. Everything is happening. It's a play. All of them are characters. Whether
mm,
you relate to them or you don't relate to them, they're in some way a character of you, a version of you in some way, even. So that's why I'm never jealous of anyone because you guys are all me. That's why it all relates together tonight. In a past life, if we all came from the exact same creator, right? That
mm,
means I'm all connected to all of you.
mhm.
So as much as you're healing me, I'm healing you, and Lisa's healing everybody, and Melissa and Vanessa and Monique and Nancy and everybody was healing everybody tonight because we're all from the same source energy. Yeah, so that's why we can't. Jealousy is not a word to feel, or envy or greed or hate or anything like that, because you're just feeling it against your own self.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yep, they had to shave off half my head and put the drips in my head, so I would not yank.
Rockstar.
I would not yank out. I would not yank out the drips.
Rockstar. Well, thank you for Cassie for going through her life so that you don't have to go through that one.
But
That's what
yeah,
I always say to
that,
somebody. Like, when somebody sees like somebody going through a hard time in their life,
mhm.
and they're like, "Oh man, I wouldn't want to be her," or or "I feel so sorry for her," or anything. I'm like,
You
more
are
power to her.
another version.
Yeah, another version of me. So more power to her, so
Mm.
that I don't have to do it in this life. Because even when you have jealousy, like even high jealousy, like for example, someone um has a amazing business or amazing anything or amazing life, or they have a jet or they have something, more power to them, because that means I'm capable of doing it too,
Mhm.
or I did it too. Like they're you. So you can't, and the less jealousy you have, the more all of a sudden, I don't know, you get a jet. That's how it works.
That's true.
Mm.
I'm manifesting a jet, guys. Okay, a Coke and a jet, please.
Well, you
Everybody,
already have the pilot.
that's what's next, man. I'm working on it. All right, slowly but surely, we're getting in that direction.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's funny because my husband is actually traveling. He's in China right now. No, he didn't fly himself there. that would be on a little Cessna, and that would take him like 1 month. Touch and go, touch and go, touch and go, touch and go. But yeah, he's in China right now on a business trip, and yeah. So that's periods. I wonder, Vanessa, how that period is going to shift your energy, because that tied into a lot.
Well, there was a loss of a baby, so there was a loss. The following menstrual cycle, I was in the hospital I was bleeding from 7:30 a.m. to like 11:30 p.m. Just nonstop, huge clumps, like blood clots. So I was so scared. I did lose a lot of blood.
Yeah.
So since then, I've been going to the doctor because
a lot of blood means like 3 period panties filled with blood.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had to do like an eye of pads because
Yeah.
I mean, I had jeans. I was completely soaked in the waiting room. Just again,
Did they have to?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to come back to haunt you. The exact same moment where everyone's going to see you bleeding, like how your dad saw you bleeding. It's going to come back again to trigger you. I mean, you remember energy comes back in circles for some reason. Did they have to give you a blood transfusion or anything like that?
No. Thankfully, it wasn't enough for that. I didn't lose too much of that.
So
but
it was the worst. It was the perfect situation of the worst situation.
Yeah, I found out I had 2 types of. I had a bacterial infection, and I also had a UTI. So I had a vaginal bacteria infection, and then UTI. And then since then,
back to your childhood when your mom didn't even teach you how to wipe properly, and having all that stuff coming back up at that same moment with all those things happening.
Yeah, I want to believe her. I told her once, like, how come you didn't tell me anything or teach me anything? She's like, I did, but you didn't listen. But I mean, and I could have forgot, I'm sure.
Maybe one time is not enough.
Maybe it wasn't enough, or I don't
Look
know.
at Melissa. She's like, I am telling my daughter how to wipe herself, and it's just
things take so long. But it's hard. I have to remind myself, like, wait, she might not be catching on to this, so I need to repeat things over and over and over.
Well, normally
and I think those are very important
28
things.
days. 28 days.
Oh,
the
really?
whole moon cycle.
Oh, but I find that sometimes I don't have the patience. I have to be honest. Sometimes I'm like, I've already said this so many times, I don't want to say it again. But then I realize she's a child. She might not be paying attention to that because she's thinking about playing. She's thinking about coloring or painting. Yeah.
Or they're just even thinking about the little spider that's on the roof of the bathroom. Like they are in la fuck land when you're talking to them sometimes. And she's 4, so she's in theta state all the time. So what's a great way of helping a kid when they're in theta state under the age of 7 is singing to them. Making a song, and then you sing the same song every time, and that turns into the habit, because we remember nursery rhymes. Like if I say row, row, row your boat, like how many people be like row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Like fucking I bet I could forget anything. Like, could I please forget row, row, row your boat? Like, I mean, is it important in my life right now? Could you say like wipe your bottom, wipe it from front to back, so we don't have to have a smelly little crack? Like
I'm gonna use that one.
I write children's books, guys. If you haven't followed me on my other page, please do so, and be happy to read those stories to your kids. I should actually do a little nursery rhyme. I did one to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on my page the other day about respecting. Listen to your parents. It was Twinkle 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 Twinkle. I listened to my parents. Da-na-na. It was a whole Twinkle 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 song that I came up with, and I wrote it down. All about respecting your parents, listening to your parents, what respect means, how I listen to you, you listen to me. Like, it was all about kind of like that. And I sang it with my daughter a few times. Yep, songs are very catchy. That's why music that we listen to are very important, because they can actually put us in a high vibe or a low vibe, you know? Even the frequencies, subliminal messages, programs, everything is given to us through song. That's why I love entering with the whole, you know, Lisa was like, I think you have like some videos happening on the page. And I was like, yep, I'm programming them. I'm like, hold on. Hold on, I'm hypnotizing you guys from, you know, there's a process that I read the energy that happened. Like I went to a roller coaster. I'm like, okay, let's put this roller coaster in here. This is the song. Look, the roller coaster popped up 100 times during our videos, right? The trippy dream popped up because it was a past life that Nadia went into. So everything is all interconnected and intertwined. We just don't understand. Like when I'm at the roller coaster and I'm hearing this song and I'm loving it, it's the experience. Like we can either love the song or we can hate it. If I was to hate that song, I would never have used it today, and it wouldn't have been used through the roller coaster. It wouldn't make sense to me, right? Because I would have looked at it through heavy eyes. All of our experiences, if we look at them with a different perspective, right? It turns them into a lighter, more funner. And it's so funny because I use the word funner, and my daughter used it today, and I told her there's no such word as funner, but fucking funner, because it's more fun, right? Because language is also a program. It's funny. So how does everybody feel?
Good.
Good.
I think generational differences play a huge role, because I see how my mother is with her mother, and my grandmother's passing away, right in the process of passing to her next wherever she's going to go. But she's very religious. I know she's going to a very good place. She's I've been writing basically as I walk. I walk everywhere because I don't have a car. Not comfortable.
But when
But
you
I
said
walk.
that, you know what came into my head as I walk? I was like, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Yeah.
I fear no evil.
I
I
walk through
started
these
saying that.
poppy fields, and I've been writing like an obituary in my head. Not an is that the word, obituary?
Yeah, like
Yep,
it's.
obituary.
I
I've
mean,
been
it's a
writing it
speech, right?
for my grandmother, and
Yeah.
I've been writing and saying, you know, it wasn't, she didn't, so she was depressed and she couldn't get out of bed, and she didn't have, when she was my age, she didn't have Instagram to go to, or Bianca to go to, or she didn't have medication. She didn't have the awareness in society, was not ready to address mental health.
Yeah.
When my grandma was suffering, you know, when she was raising her children, my mother. So my mother, when she was 6, she had to wake up and make her own breakfast and walk to school every day in San Diego. And it was scary, you know, for her, but she had to get up and she just did it. And so I'm the granddaughter. I didn't have to go through that. I'm not traumatized by my mother broke a cycle, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm like the one who's like seeing it from the other end. And I'm saying, grandmother, I love you so much. And I don't hold anything negative against you, because you did not have the means or the tools available, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like letting her, I want her soul
But
to be
at the same time,
free.
she didn't choose to have it as
No,
well, right? Because we don't want to
it's
ever
not
take
her
away her power.
fault.
Yeah, I mean, but she also chose it, like, because before we come into this life, we are asked 77 times if we want to come into this life. Do you want to incarnate into this life? Do you want experiencing being a cramp? Do you want to experience this? And it's like, is it going to make me into a better version of myself? Am I going to grow from this experience? It's like, fuck yes, 100% you're going to grow from this experience. Even like going like that for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, it allowed you to grow into something else, right?
Okay.
And that's a question we ask, and we see everything. We're like, okay, we see this, we see this, we see this. Is it going to allow me to grow into the cramp? Is it going to allow my daughter to not be a cramp? Maybe she doesn't have to be a cramp. Could she please be like a sore toe? Or could she be something like even a little bit less than me? You know, how is it going to affect her and make her life a little bit better and, you know, more evolved than my life? and it's a huge picture. It's a huge picture. You know, like Rummy once called it one ant. He was in a carpet, a little ant climbing in the carpet, and he was like, "What the fuck are these bumps? Like these shits are up and down and up and down and up and down. This is a roller coaster. Woo, woo!" And he gets really tired of going on this roller coaster, and he's complaining about this roller coaster. He's like, "This shit sucks. Like this is like there is too many ups and downs." But then he forgets that he's not the creator of the carpet. So then it zooms out and you get the creator's perspective, and the tapestry guy looks at it and he sees the most beautiful tapestry, right? That he weaved out so nicely, and it has so much love and detail and everything. I don't know if your grandma was a sewer or but whatever, but
She was.
yeah, there we go. It's the sewing, right? It's the
Yeah.
sewing. You would become this
Oh,
amazing.
that's so beautiful.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe she's left you guys some sewing or something like that, but it's a tapestry of life that we fail to look at because we are so into the ups and downs and your hand gets cramped when you're sewing, and all this stuff can happen when you're sewing. But the masterpiece is what is the outcome, and I think your grandma has woven a masterpiece in her ups and downs of life. I mean, she's a sewer. That takes a lot of dedication, a lot of cramping, a lot of shit, back it up, pull it out, put it back in, do it again. I mean, that's patience. Fuck that. I am not a sewer. I mean, I could be. I've sewn something in my life. I could be. I don't want to say I'm not, because then I don't need the universe to be like, "Oh, Bianca, let's make sure that you don't say that you're not anything." I can sew anything you want me to sew. Okay, I am capable of doing it. You do not need to give me anything. Yeah. So we're so grateful for your grandma.
And I think it's healthy to look at all the things that our mother or our father, everything they've done is really, they tried their best. You know, I really believe that. And it took me almost 40 years to get here. But I really believe that my mom tries her best and my dad tries his best. And I try my best as a parent, but I make mistakes too, right? We're only human. So I think having that, like, just like you said, accepting something for what it is.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
if I was to say something, I would say we don't ever make mistakes. I mean,
oh,
there's no such
yeah.
thing as a mistake. So also,
Well, we can disappoint ourselves, I should say.
That's the only person to disappoint yourself, but you're also the only person that has the standards. I don't know what the fuck the standards are. Like, what
I
is
think
standards?
every
Like,
human,
you make the
if you
rules.
ask your mothers, you know, did you have standards for yourself? I'm sure we all have standards, right? That's part of being human,
Well,
I
that's
think.
growth. I mean, how would we grow if we don't? I mean, but the apple tree doesn't punish itself for its growth. Like, it doesn't punish itself for there's no mistake. You know what I mean? Like, if the apple tree was growing and all of a sudden a hurricane hit it and it falls over, right? And is it going to punish itself for falling over? It's going to say, "Oh, I didn't have, my roots weren't good enough. My roots weren't strong enough." It's not going to say any of that, right? Nature doesn't punish itself. It doesn't punish it. It accepts it. And all of a sudden the tree starts to grow sideways. I don't know why you're a fucking tree growing sideways. Okay. But a tree growing sideways is fun. I mean, those are the trees that
I
the
don't
kids
know
get to
either.
climb on and walk on, and they're the ones that, you know, like, going sideways makes you even a funner tree.
Yeah, I just think as parents, I can see why some parents, we could say they make mistakes because
they think they make mistakes because.
But then I think it's also human to carry that kind of guilt, and not everybody knows how to let go of it, is all I'm saying. I don't know why I'm saying this, but I really feel it.
Yeah.
Maybe because I saw my grandmother her whole life. She lived her whole life, almost 90 years of holding guilt inside her.
Well,
and it crippled her.
She lived 90 years.
It crippled her. She did not get out of her chair for almost most of her life.
Yeah.
She could barely get out of her bed.
Well, that's what guilt is. It's a very, very heavy
So it was
emotion to carry around.
Very, very heavy.
So guys, no fucking guilt, no mistakes, no nothing. You're gone, Lisa?
But I think we have
Lisa,
to
if you're going to leave,
learn.
no guilt, no mistakes, no nothing.
No, it's okay. We have to forgive ourselves, I think. The forgiveness is the main, and maybe feel forgiven by our loved ones. I don't know. That's why I want to say to her, I forgive her. I don't hold anything against her. I just want her to be a free bird and to be fearless and light,
So
because her life was the opposite.
Lisa was waving because I think she's leaving
Sorry,
us.
Lisa.
But at the same time, Lisa, maybe using the word respect with your mom, or I don't know how the energy or what you choose to implement into this 3D world, this life that you've picked and chosen to live. But I really feel there's going to be a shift that will happen because we discussed it and we were working on it today. So some type of shift is going to happen. You can happily keep me posted, and you could say, hey, Bianca, you can share this, and I'll be happy to share it with others, the shift that has taken place between you and your mom, and even the unicorn life that you have, Scottish and everything. And so, yeah, just let me know how it goes.
Yep, perfect. See you girls. Take care.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give it about 5 days, okay?
Okay, perfect.
And try not to talk about what was talked about today, just because we don't want anyone's other energies impacting it.
Okay.
So we kind of keep this more silent for 5 days,
Okay.
and as the energy for everyone, as the energy works itself out and figures itself out and unravels how it needs to, and then you can start sharing the experience with people if it's something that you choose to do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right,
Take care,
Lisa,
girls.
take care. Love and
care.
light to you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. That was amazing. Thank you all for joining.
Thank
How does
you.
everybody feel?
You.
Good.
Feels
Ready
really
to go to bed.
I think I need to talk to my dad. I think I forget her name, but she was portraying my dad, and she said, I just feel guilt that he wasn't around for me. So I think I need to tell him not to feel guilty. Like I'm good. Like I'm okay.
You don't even have to tell him in real life, in the 3D world. Like, you don't even have to have that conversation. Like, you could just have that conversation where you close your eyes and you just imagine him sitting next to you, and you can have that conversation with him even in the astral. Even that's why we can talk to people who are not even here in this dimension, because we're able to do that. Like, I talk to my grandma all the time. She's passed away. And every time I see the numbers 954 together, I figured this out through my spiritual. From when I was a teenager, I would have 954 in my phone number. From when all of a sudden I moved to Abu Dhabi and 954 was in my phone number. And even like some of my codes were 954. And my husband even noticed it. Even he noticed that 954, and even the phone number that I got now in France has 954 in it as well. And I said, it has 954. He goes, yeah, I picked this one for you because I noticed 954 has to be in your life. And every time I see 954 now, I've channeled into it, and 954 for me is my grandma. And whenever I'm driving, I see 954 license plates or whatever I see pop up, I just sit and have a conversation with her. I'm like, hey, grandma, thinking about you, or I can have an elaborate conversation with her if I need to, or I could just be like, I'm thinking about you, love and light to you, more blessings be upon you. Because one of my dreams in life is that when I die, or even when I'm alive, when somebody mentions my name, I would love for them to say like, peace and blessings be upon her. Like when you talk about someone, just to send that amazing energy out to them. Like whenever I think about my grandma, I'm just like, peace and blessings for you, peace and blessings for you, because that will help to grow her energy. Like when she passed away, I've made 3 wells for her, like water wells in her name. So every time anyone ever drinks from that water well, anytime anybody bathes or anything from that water well, like all the blessings go to her. Inevitably it goes to me too, right? Because we are connected, and my kids, and and her kids, and my dad, and and the generations before. I mean, it's not just her; it's water, it's everyone at the same time. So I'm a very big advocate of making water wells for people. Like my in-laws, I've made water wells for them. I've made a water well for my son. At a certain point in his life, I was like, you're a man now, you deserve a water well. for my husband, for so many of my loved ones, you know, whenever someone passes away. So Melissa, I'll definitely be doing a water well for your grandma.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's such a beautiful idea.
Yeah, I'll definitely
Such a beautiful gift.
be doing that for her. You can let me know anything about her, you know, her name and stuff like that, and work on creating a water well for her.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, so you can talk to your dad anytime, Vanessa.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
wouldn't be surprised if you have a dream or something and he's in it. Like, whether you choose or not choosing, it's happening. Or you could even talk to him in real life. I mean, it's just up to you. Whatever the choice you make is always the right choice. Ronique, what the choice you make is always the right choice. And apparently you're playing with your hair and picking at it, so I don't know if Mr. Sand is the right choice.
But that's what my grandma said actually one time. She said, you know, and she's the one that spent her life worrying and not living and scared, and she really just didn't get out of her chair, to be honest. Literally. And I was asking her advice, you know, I said, I don't know if I want another child. I don't know. And she said, Melissa, it's all going to work out. You don't even need to think about it. And I said,
Yeah.
What? Are you serious? I don't have to think about this? Like, what a relief.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't even have to think about it.
And she's the one that told me that. And I was like,
Yeah.
wow.
My biggest thing about having a kid, like, or having another kid, I'm not preventing it and I'm not asking for it. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's just God willing. Everything for me is God willing. Like, if I'm going to have a kid, God willing. If I'm not going to have a kid, God willing.
That's it.
And sometimes God's like, yeah, but Bianca, you need to tell me what you want. Like, you need to tell me, because one of the sentences that describe the creation, like the energy of the creator, is that the creator is very shy. So God does like us to ask him for what we want. And so I was like, okay, this is in my meditation. I'm having this conversation with the creator. And I'm like, okay, but I don't know what I want. I know that you're going to have the best choice for me. Can you just accept that? And he's like, can you just accept that? And I was like, yeah, I can accept that. So I'm accepting that. It's just because he needs to know what you want. He wants to give you what you want. Do you want another kid or do you not want another kid? And that's the biggest choice, right? That's the decision. You're like, I don't know. That's a very heavy decision to make.
That's like between the guys. Like, do you want one or two? That's a big decision that I don't think you even have to make that decision. Do you know what I mean?
Don't.
Yeah.
You don't. You just say, hey, listen, you can make the decision for me, God. Like, you know, my choice is for you to choose.
I think I'm gonna have to have a conversation with God about it. I'm gonna say, you know, I'm just gonna tell God, you know what?
Whichever one
it is, whichever 1, 2, or 3, I know it's gonna be the best choice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I leave that.
But and I also want to
God,
share with
I'm letting
you.
you choose. You choose this time. I can't. I trust your judgment on this one.
And I want to just tell you some energy that I have read in doing quite a few. You know, I do relationships with people, and I'm a relationship coach, and I do a lot of relationship issues. I hate to use that word, but manifesting with relationships, understanding relationships, overstanding relationships. If you do not have a ring on your finger, you are not with that person. There is no such thing as if you don't have a commitment with that person, then there's no commitment. You understand?
Yeah.
There's no rules. If you don't make the rules with
And
the
that makes
person, then
sense.
there's no rules.
Exactly.
And that's why I tell a lot of people, if you're don't waste time. Talk to them about rules. Talk to them about expectations. Talk to them about what you want. You don't have to go into your dreams and details and goals and stuff. Be like, listen, okay, listen, I understand that we're not in a serious relationship with each other right now. Update them. Okay, that means, are you going to be seeing other people? I'm going to be seeing other people. Like, you don't want to be in this relationship where you think you're seeing only him and he's seeing 10 other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you just
And
update.
vice versa too.
And you ask questions. You just ask questions. You don't lay down any rules because you don't know the rules. You're making rules together. There's 0 rules right now. So you say, are we seeing other people? Are we not seeing other people? Where is this? Because you're okay with both. Right? You're okay with both.
Yeah.
And when he knows that you're okay with both, he doesn't need to hide anything. Hiding doesn't need to happen. You're not gonna be like, oh, I find him talking to another girl on the phone. Yeah, you're talking to another guy on the phone too. That's okay. There's no jealousy because you're also doing it.
Yeah.
Then when you decide that you want to make it more one-on-one, then you talk again. Just like, listen, I've really noticed that we've been speaking. Let's check in a little bit on our relationship. Let's check in.
Yeah.
Where is this now? Because technically, that's what vows are for. That's what rings are for. That's what marriage is for, because you're making a promise to each other, right?
Yeah.
And then I think there should be some type of, I don't know, promises throughout a relationship. There should just be checking in with each other throughout the relationship. And when you ask questions, then there don't need to be any reason for them to hide it. You'll have the people who are like, no, you're mine. You're only mine. I'm only talking to you. Okay, cool. That's cool. That makes me feel. But you understand, if I catch you in a lie, because I've given you open space. I've given you, I asked you the question, like, where are we in this relationship? If you catch him in a lie, then therefore you see where the relationship is going to go.
Yeah.
Because you've given him free range. You don't know each other very well. There's no obligations. There's no heavy energy that needs to be attached to the relationship right now, ever. Fucking ever. I don't want any heavy energy in my relationship.
I don't want it to be heavy either.
It's just light and love.
Yeah, it's just, but for both of them, I kind of get the vibe that they want it to be heavy. That is what I get from both of them.
But heavy doesn't mean so my definition of heavy is not meaning that it's going to be hurtful or anything like that. It just means commitment.
Yeah.
Commitment doesn't necessarily need to be heavy. It's just the lie that would come with commitment, because you don't need to be committed if you don't want to, right? Like, why? We have the fucking choice. You want me to be your girlfriend? You want me to be your wife? You want me to be this? If you don't want me to be this, then don't make me it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think just because I know both of those situations are just very complicated, just based on what I have spoken, the conversations I've had with both of them.
Yeah.
Those situations are just extremely complicated. They both have children with other people.
Yeah.
They have both been married before.
Yeah.
They have both gotten, they're both like divorced and separated and a whole bunch of
they both know what they don't want.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, which is fine.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. Like I mean, they both had their versions of themselves. Like Vanessa had a version of herself where she was in a psych ward. Like, I mean, we have to go through those versions of ourselves in order to come out the other end, right? It's like we have to be born every time we're going through the birth canal and we're like, oh my God. And then you're born and you're like, oh, I get to meet my mom. Hi, Mom. Yeah. You know, you're not so bad on the outside.
Yeah. My mom always said that. Mommy would always say that someone who was divorced would be the best choice for me, because at least they have been through the
your mom has the biggest, moms have the biggest, what we say, ain. Ain means, that eye. They say evil eye.
Yeah.
The evil eye. Well, we say the word, it's ain. It's like the energy. Moms have the most energy. So if they say something, oh my goodness, it's very likely to happen. whether it's
Yeah,
something good or something bad. So please, guys,
mommy will
as
always say
moms,
that is
just
one thing mommy will always say. She'll always say, Ronnie, the best choice for you is somebody who has been divorced because at
yeah.
least they
So now
went
you
through
have
their
two divorced men in
experiences.
your life.
They made their mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've been through it already, so they know what they want. That's what mommy would always say.
Yeah. So, I mean, as a mom, we have to be very selective, impeccable with our words because what we speak over our children, that shit is like, because we're the creator, remember?
Mhm.
You know, the parents are the creator energy. And so we are speaking over it kind of like how God speaks over it. And anytime we speak anyways, the angels say amen after what we say in everything. Like if we're saying something positive of light and love or something that's not of light and love, the angels are like, amen. All right, let's make it happen for her. So you got your two divorced men in your life now. And that's your relationships that are unraveling. And that's perfect, I guess. I mean, that's perfect. And mom knows best in her own way.
Let's, as I said before, God, you make the decision. I trust your judgment. Whatever happens, I know that is that's the path that you want me to go on, and you have chosen one particular path for me already. So you can do this one again too.
And Vanessa, I wanted to dabble into like your relationships. You were saying that there was very like I don't know, like what was heavy relationships
Well,
or not serious relationships or what?
my last serious relationship was when I was 20.
Yeah.
So it's been like 7 years. I'll date, but nothing ever lasts more than. It's weird. Everything happens in two. Sometimes it's 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. And I started to notice that, but nothing ever more. I always find out, like, even if I'm just dating men, guys ask me out on a date, cool. Hey, pick a movie, and then boom, their wife will text them, and I'm like, oh, you're married.
Well,
So
that's why truth always comes to light. That's okay.
it's a lot, which is good. I'm glad I see it sooner rather than
Yeah.
later.
No, you'll
But
always know.
but I mean, or they're in relationships for 7 years and we're dating for 3 months, and it's just very messy, and it just makes me feel like I'm not respected. And I don't think I've ever really felt respected by a man in a really long time.
But
So
remember, that's nothing to do with you.
I
Okay.
have to really sit down and talk to myself about that, because I
Yeah.
just was on the phone with my girlfriend, and she was like, when I was talking about it, she's like, it sounds like you're saying that there's a problem with you, and there's not.
Yeah.
And it's just
Yeah.
like, it happens so often and for so long.
Yeah, because you've created it to be you.
It feels like
Because
it is.
you're saying that it's you, so then therefore you're creating it to be you. Remember, be impeccable with your words, right?
Yeah.
So you've felt like it's you for such a long time. So now we're going to use different wordings, whether it was you or not. It doesn't really matter, right? We're just going to use different wordings to relieve and release that energy.
Mhm.
Okay, it was more always about them than it is you. Everyone's behavior is about them than it is you. Like you'll have someone who is sitting in traffic and they'll be behind you beeping like a crazy fucking person, and you're like, yo, bro, like, do you not see there's another car in front of me?
Mhm.
Right? Like,
Mhm.
it has nothing to do with you,
Mhm.
right? Or there's some people that would be like, what? Why are you doing this? Oh my gosh! You're yelling at me! And they'll take it on to themselves, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes them, and it's like, was it me? Is it me? Is it me? And then every time you hear a beep, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, it's me! It's me! It's me! I don't know why I'm talking about driving and people like me assuming that everything that's happening is me and my fault in my driving, right?
That happens to me a lot. I'll hear somebody honk. I'm like, oh shit, what did I do?
Yeah.
Did I do something bad? Like, I don't know. But I
Yeah.
am really, I tend to be harder on myself.
Yeah. You think that if somebody's honking, it's about you. Somebody honks now to me and I'm just like, hi. Like, hi. Like she could not be talking to me. You know what I mean? Like if somebody honks at me like they're upset, I'm like, it could not be me. Like love and light to you, sister. I cannot take it personally. You know, like you are not gonna there's many hours in the day, and I don't need you to be more than 1 minute of it.
Mm.
You know, like you have to be like 5 seconds of it. Goodbye. Love and light to you. Peace out, sister. Kind of thing.
There is something that Melissa had said earlier that I wrote down that I felt like resonated with me. Is that she said when it came to her before she found her husband, that she said, "This is my choice. This is my path. I'm on my own path, and I'm choosing to let go of part of myself to have your husband there with you on your path and be your choice."
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote down I think that I've been on my own for a long time, so I'm like, yeah, it's kind of my choice. I'm also not going to settle for anything I don't. I've done that. I've been desperate and I've taken on men and given them so many chances. I don't need to go through that again. I don't want to. I don't need to put my energy in that. It's fine. So I'm choosing.
When we say the word need is coming from a place of lack. So I highly recommend when you're wording that, the word need comes from a place of lack. Like, yeah. So it's when we say something like that, the universe is going to kind of give it to us because it doesn't want us to need anything. It's a very funny word. Funny.
Yeah, funny word. It's a funny word. Yeah. But I just don't think that I'm on my path yet, and so how can I expect to make choices or choose myself when I
let's
haven't?
put you on the path right now.
Yeah, I'm ready. I think I'm ready to start going onto my path, honestly.
So so that's the best words to say, actually. I'm ready to go on my path, right? And I'm ready to go on my path can eventually say I am on my path, right? Or I choose to go on my path. So it's all about your choice, right? Everything's your choice. You're so powerful. Remember, God is very shy. You have to say what you want. And if you're saying that I'm not ready, I don't think I am, God's like, okay, give it to her. But also he wants you to be on the path, right? The creator energy wants you to be on the path of the creator. I mean, you need to be on his frequency. You need to be the creator. And the creator does what? Has fucking choice. It has choice. It has choice, and it makes its choice, and it goes with its choice without having guilt, regret, envy, jealousy, anything like that, right? Because it doesn't need to. And I mean, well, Vanessa, I mean, thank you for being there, because this is where we've just put you.
Yeah, I also think, again, with taking care of myself by getting myself to doctor's appointments, that's part of the path. And as it was for me to have a loss, I think that without it, I wouldn't have been able to go on my path, or my eyes kind of widened a little bit. So now, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, this energy is out, but now I need to allow that energy to come in. This happened for a reason, and I'm going to respect it and not take it for granted. I have to respect it. I always say that I have to respect the situation that is happening, because it's actually opening my eyes up to myself, because I have not been taking care of myself. And I'm tired of experiencing these things in life that I know I can experience more. And I feel like
okay, so I'm tired of experiencing it. Okay, we're locking you into the tired bubble.
I felt like same cycles over and over again.
Yeah, because I'm tired of experiencing it. If I was to play off of that energy that you just said, I would keep being tired of experiencing it, right? Be impeccable with our wording. So I am moving past. It needs to be a moving word, right? It needs to be not a stuck word. So even the word trying is a hard word sometimes, right? So it's like I'm moving past this.
Yes,
I'm getting out of this.
And I actually wrote down what you said. Is this a past self thing, or can I let it go back? Can I send it to the light? Like, can I just let it go and just move on? Like,
yeah. Moving on is the wordings that we use as well. It has to be a moving word.
Yes.
Okay, and even the word, like, for example, if you were to say, I'm trying to, that's a hard word too. Because trying for me, when I look at that word or the energy of the word, it's a bicycle and you're trying to go to the supermarket on a bicycle, but you're actually on one of those like bicycles at the gym. How the fuck are you going to go to the supermarket when you're pedaling a bicycle at the gym? I am going to be so shit tired.
The
Right?
stationary bike.
Yeah, you're on a stationary bike. It is a non-moving bike. That's what trying, the word trying, that's what it looks like to me.
And also like a little doubtful. I feel like you're putting
So
in
still.
doubt and
Well, how, if you're trying something and you're saying, I'm trying to go to the supermarket and you never get there, what happens? I'm going to start doubting myself.
right.
Mm.
You doubt your whole body, actually. I mean, then your legs are going to eventually stop working because, I mean, whoa, like how much pedaling can one person do?
Mm.
So, you know, like really looking at the energy of the words that you're, you know, that you're speaking over yourself, the energy of it is acting out in the life.
Yeah.
It's creating a reality.
I 100% feel that, and I'm glad that you pointed it out because I do feel that, and it is something that I would like to work on. So it's I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Because
you are working on it.
like a flower, right? Like if you tell a flower horrible, bad things, the flower's eventually going to wilt versus the other flower that you were telling really beautiful things.
Mm-hmm.
With after our first session, I had not experienced anxiety for at least 3 consecutive days, and it felt weird. It felt like I had socks on that I left on that I slept in overnight, and I took off my socks, but I could still feel like the sock is there,
Yeah,
but it's not there.
sometimes they'll come back though, but
Oh, and it came back at a threefold.
yeah.
It was so bad, but it allowed me to do
But
something.
it allowed this experience of 3 days of no sock, and we have to work from there. You got to do the hard work, girlfriend. You can't put me in your pocket all the time.
Yes, I do. I do have to work on it. And since then, I've been able to do a lot of self-mirror talks and really talk myself and really work myself out from what I'm feeling. I have to be like, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. There's not, I'm not scared of anything. I'm safe. Like I'm fed. I have a job. All my needs are being met right now. There's nothing to be scared of, and then my anxiety will go away, or I'll have to tell myself that I love that anxious side of myself because it's trying to keep me safe, but I'm okay. I don't have to be that worried. I'm fine.
Something that I would highly recommend for you to maybe implement into your healing journey is muscle testing.
Muscle testing.
Yeah.
Okay. What's
So
that?
muscle testing is, if you can, the I want to say the best, and I don't use it, but it is the best one to start with. I would say, I can't say the best. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's the one where you have a pendulum. So you hold a chain. You have a necklace on right now, right?
I do have a necklace on.
You
Yeah.
want to take it off for a minute, and
I'm sorry?
Can you take it off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's use it. Let's do it. I mean, I don't even have a necklace on. Does anybody else have a necklace on, Rooney?
I have a necklace in my bathroom. Let me get mine. Hold on.
If you wanna join in the thing, you can. I mean, if anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome to. But it's funny, nobody else is wearing a necklace except you. Okay. So you just hold the necklace up, and you're gonna ask the necklace to give you a yes.
Can you give
or
me
show me a yes?
Show me.
So a yes can be it can move back and forth, or it can move side to side, or it can move round and round.
My ears are ringing right now.
Oh, perfect. So this is something you need to hear then. Let's relax. You're going to just ask it to show you a yes. And so
yes.
Oh, can you not hold it like that? Can you hold it like this? Yeah, sorry, because what happens is, fingertips, because we need all the micro movements in the body to be doing it. When you hold it like this, it's very difficult to make micro movements. I mean, with this we want micro movements with this. Yeah. I would recommend as many fingers as possible is even better. Just because we want micro movements. It's micro movements in our body. So you want to just say, show me a yes.
Show me a yes. It's
There you
moving
Mhm.
clockwise.
Okay. So,
Sure.
Ronique, what's your yes?
Show me a yes.
So, sideways. One
Yeah.
is sideways, one is up and down, Ronique.
Yeah. Show me a
And-
no.
And then you ask, show me a no. And then it will change direction.
Wow.
Mine went to completely still.
Wow.
Yeah, it has to go still to change direction.
Show
Yeah.
me
Show me a yes. Show me a no.
And you don't have to say it out loud. You can just say it to yourself and just figure out which one is your no and which one is your yes. Is it back and forth? Or is it side to side? If you're not certain, you can say, show me back and forth, and you can do back and forth. And you can say, show me side to side, and you can do side to side.
Yeah. So no is back and forth for me.
Mhm.
And yes is side to side.
Okay, perfect. So how about you, Vanessa? Any?
I think my yes is clockwise, and then my no's forward and
Back
back.
and forth. So one is a circle and one is a back and forth motion.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead.
It's about to die.
All right, no problem. I'm glad it. So then you can ask it like, is my name Vanessa? Is my name Ronique? You just ask it a yes, like a guaranteed yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
your
Yeah.
one is going in circle for a yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can ask it to lie. Like, am I 21? I don't know. Like, ask it, am I 5?
It's fine.
And it will tell you a no.
That's a pretty big decide. I asked if I was a boy.
Yeah. So you'd get you're like, no. Yeah. So this is a really great way to build a relationship up with your pendulum. It's not the relationship with a pendulum. You're really building the relationship up with yourself. Okay. By trusting yourself. This is able to really give you drastic movements that are coming from your own body, right? Because it's long and it's heavy at the bottom, so it's able to swing and give you micro movements. We're not picking up on somebody else's energy, but we can ask, because sometimes we are picking up on somebody else's energy. So we ask, is this my energy or is this somebody else's energy? So when you can have some heavy feelings on you, you can ask, is this mine or is this somebody else's? And when it says somebody else's, you could say, oh, okay, is it someone in my family? Is it someone that I've had a relationship with? Is it someone that you can go down many different questions and you can find the answers? So sometimes if I'm having pains or if I'm having any form of sensation, I'm always muscle testing. Like you'll see me even I'm muscle testing while we're talking. This is how I muscle test. Normally when I'm in a session with someone, I'm muscle testing with my eyes closed. But I can muscle test with just my fingers, and I would just say, show me a yes, and my fingers can't move. Like they're done. Like they're completely sticky. They're stuck. They get so they could start by getting a little bit sticky. They can get a little bit like harder to move, and then show me a no. See, it's just moving really like perfect and fluid. Show me a yes. There we go. See, very, very difficult to move. So that's one way I muscle test. So sometimes when I muscle test, like I used to, I mean, now I just really kind of go with it. I kind of trust it. Like I'll go into the fridge and I'll see like a chocolate cake and I'm like, chocolate cake. Do I want the chocolate cake or do I not want the chocolate cake? And if my body tells me, yes, I want the chocolate cake, I'm done. I'm eating the chocolate cake. Like that's my dinner. Because my body wants a chocolate cake. There's no guilt. There's no shame. There's no embarrassment. There's no past programming of anybody's energy telling me that I shouldn't eat chocolate cake for dinner, because maybe my body needs chocolate cake for dinner because maybe tomorrow I'm going to have my period. And my body just needs that extra sweet and that extra whatever it comes with, because, you know, when we eat the chocolate cake and we feel guilt, it's just allowing more guilt to come inside of us. The guilt we felt, and then the chocolate cake represents guilt, and you've put it into your body as well. So it's swallowing a lot of heaviness. So yeah, man, muscle test sometimes if you're feeling some things that are unexplainable, like, and you need more clarity, muscle test. Ask the questions. Is it mine? Is it somebody else's? You can ask, is it coming from this life? Is it the past life energy? Is it, if it's this life, you can be like, is it one when I was a child? Like, is it when I was a teenager? You could be like, if it's somebody else's energy, you could be like, is it my dad's energy? Because sometimes you're feeling your mom, you're feeling your dad, you're feeling your ancestors. You're not just feeling you. You go to the mall, you get a headache. I mean, yeah, that's because you're feeling everybody else's energy. Actually, it says that people who get headaches a lot are supposed to be people who are, I guess, not ascended masters, but like, yeah, going to heaven. If you get headaches a lot in this life, you're guaranteed to go to heaven. I don't know. Like, what does that mean? Like, are you taking on so many people's energies and healing them? Like, you're feeling it. Like how come you're being punished in this punished? Because we look at it as a punishment, you know, like sickness is a punishment. It's like something's wrong with me. Headaches are bad. But when you hear headaches and you think like that, you're going to be like, oh my God, I love my fucking headache. I love my headache. The energy of the headache shifts. Do you know, like, if you have cancer or any type of, okay, let's just use cancer. If you have cancer in this life, when you die, all your karma is finished. Like, you can guarantee to go to heaven.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because basically you've kind of lived on hell on earth. Like, we don't, like, wouldn't that be like you've gone through the fire of hell? You can basically say, like, I've walked through the valley of the shadow of death. I mean,
Is that the same with babies who don't make it?
oh, babies who don't make it. That's a different type of energy. Don't make it like, oh, and I wanted to circle back to this baby that came in. You see how the baby just went out? Melissa just went out when you were talking about that. Yeah. So in Ancestral Constellation, even a baby that doesn't make it has made it. And it should be kind of looked at it in the Ancestral Constellation, like a miscarriage is a child. Like, you would put it in the family tree.
Okay.
So just acknowledging that it was an energy. I see it. I'm having a hard time talking right now. Just acknowledging that energy was present. It came through for a reason. It did its job. It needed to do what it needed to do without having any. See, it's like I'm trying to speak to you without having any heaviness associated with it, regret, anything like that, because it came and did what it was supposed to do.
I believe that.
Yeah. The thing is that animals, babies, those type of energies, even humans, anything, our feelings towards a person can keep them down or can push them up. So, for example, if they say that the only way your animal goes to heaven, like if you have an animal or a pet, the only way your pet will go to heaven, because normally it will repeat its cycles, right? Like, its job is to, like, I don't know if animals are the last life, you know. I can just tell you from my experience, my youngest, she's only had animal lives, and this is her first human life. Okay, so for me, in her experience, we've cycled up to being a human. But then my dog, for sure, he's only here for one reason. He's not here to ascend. He's only here for us, like, as our protector. Like, this is why he's here. Like, I think he was somebody very high and came down just to do this job. Like, as a protector, like, my dog doesn't come inside my house. Like, he's only outside. Like, he's a German Shepherd. He's the protector. Like, no one's coming near us with him. And the only way to get them to heaven is by our thoughts, us wanting them to go there, us pulling them there. So your baby, just give it a lot of thoughts, give it a lot of positive energy, lots of light and love. I don't know. do stuff in its name. Sometimes you could donate clothes in its name. You could do anything. You know what I mean? Just to allow this energy to continue cycling up. You just be an amazing person in its name.
And that's a big reason as to why I would like to work on myself too. I'm doing that for her.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that,
I love you said I'm doing that.
I am doing it for her.
I mean, but you're also doing it for you. Like you're doing it for everyone. Your mom, your dad, your everyone. Just don't give your power away. Just say I'm doing it for me.
I'm doing it for me, but I feel supported by her, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
She came into a dream. She gave me a hug. She twirled and she said, "I'm going to be fine. Love you. Gotta go."
Yeah. That's amazing because we're talking about people who have passed away. And John is in the background, and I'm not sure if he wants to come on stage right now, but I would love to bring him on. I don't know if he has his fiance with him. I would love to have them on if they want to come on. I'll add them to the stage. If he wants to turn on his camera and his mic, he's more than welcome to. But we're talking about people who have passed away and how their influence has changed their life or allowed their life to become better. And John has recently had his father passed away, and his father. Remember, like when people, I don't want to say pass away. It's such a word, but transition. Energy never dies, it just changes form. And when his father transitioned, a lot of life changes happened in his life as well. Things started to shift. His energy shifted, everything changed in such an amazing way at the same time. So Vanessa, like you were mentioning, your loss has allowed such a big change to happen in your life. Is it really a loss?
It doesn't feel like a loss. It feels like an experience, but I feel like I'm living. If anything, it's brought more positivity into my life. So I wouldn't really classify that as a loss.
Yeah.
Even
and that would be a question that I would love to ask John about loss. The word loss and gain would be such an amazing topic to talk about. So that's I love that we're shifting our words and how we're speaking. So that's amazing. And congratulations, John, on your engagement. Congratulations. I have a fly
Thanks,
that's
B. Thanks so much. We're actually sitting here together, and thanks for those words, Vanessa. They really do ring true. It doesn't feel like a loss. But B, thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Even like your picture together is so nice because it just shows that you're together. Like it's a whole new version of yourself. Like we were talking about how we go through this version of ourselves where we choose ourselves for a long time, and it's all about ourselves, and we choose ourselves, and then we have to add on to the mantra. So it's like I choose me, and then the next word of the mantra is like I also choose, to be with somebody else, because it's your choice. Like to have a choice and to make big choices are big things. And I think when we start making big choices in our life and we become very brave, right? Because it's all about bravery. To make choices. I mean, John, I think in the past, I would have to say, since your father has transitioned, there are some big choices that you've made in your life, and you've had some big wins at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really been an opportunity to explore who I am deep down and to get back in touch with who John really is or who we really are at our core. We think we know ourselves, but these losses cause us to really take a different focus on where we're going, where we are, and did we like the path we were on? Well, at least that's my experience.
No, that's only experience you can speak from, right?
Right.
because that's, I mean, and that's the most important experience because it is yours.
Thank
That's
you.
the only thing you can own, right?
Yeah, true.
It's your words. It's your
Mhm.
it's your life. You can either own your life or you can give your life to somebody else. And sometimes we give our lives to other people, consciously or subconsciously. And most of the time we're giving our lives to our parents, or we're giving our life to our ancestors, or we're giving our life to past life energies, or or society even. Fuck society. More power to the people, right? We're always giving, giving, giving. And yeah, sometimes we have to take, and sometimes taking kind of looks selfish, but it's not. So I'm glad you've taken your life back into your own hands and started making choices.
Oh, thanks, B. I look at my fiance and she just smiles when you say that. So it really does ring true.
Yeah, and I think your own that we're looking at, John. I think it's definitely something to do with ancestral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's honestly what touched me enough to come on and see what's going on. And yeah, I really do feel like there's a lot of ancestral what would you say call it?
trauma.
Trauma. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to dig through.
yeah. It's I mean, the emphasis on trauma.
Yeah, big emphasis on trauma.
Apparently, like you couldn't even say it, and we had to like say it 5 times since we said the word.
It's
Very
like
big
buried real
emphasis
deep
on
back
trauma.
there.
Very, very deep, apparently. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about a little bit of family trauma. So let me mom's side, dad's side, mom's side, dad. So definitely through your dad's side of it. Okay.
Okay.
And we want to go into your dad's side of the trauma, because your dad in Ancestral Constellation in this study, because this is a kind of a form of therapy, like it
Okay.
is a form of therapy, and it was studied by this guy, and he created it, and he named it, a German guy, and he named it. It's funny, a German. Isn't your fiance German? Like, what's her background?
Yeah, English, Irish, Polish, German, and Swedish.
Yeah, you real white girl.
Yeah. Yes.
You real white girl. That's
Yeah.
funny because Vanessa was like, "Am I a white girl?" Like that was something you were just asking yourself. Like we could not get a whiter girl on this show right now, right? So we're so happy that you're here. Like Vanessa
Yes.
manifested you. You're the white version of her.
You're welcome.
So this German doctor came up with this this way of healing, and it's called Ancestral Constellation, and it means that we're always entangled with our ancestors because we came from them. And one thing that he mentioned is that your father plays the God role, right? So your dad energy plays the God role energy, and the God role energy is your crown chakra, so it's the top of your head, and it is just your future, it's your past, it's your connection with yourself. Like it's funny how you said to find you, right? Like you needed your dad to exit in order for you to find you.
Absolutely. I really do feel like that's true.
Yeah, so it's like your dad was here and you weren't you.
I was always little John. I felt like I was always in the shadow.
But you are little John. Like you're not little John anymore, right? Like you're now
Right.
big John.
Right. I'm the
You're
only
the
John.
only John.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think you're like Big John, but the healed version of Big John. And in
The
order
healed
for
version. Healing.
the healing, like are we ever healed?
Right.
Like no. But I definitely feel like you are a bigger Big John. And I know your parents. I mean, I've known John since he was born.
Yep.
Just to let you guys know, I've known him since he was born, and because he's younger than me by 2 years, I even know all of that. Been to every birthday party of his. He's been to my birthday party. I mean, our family is very, very close. I would consider him my cousin.
100%.
Yeah.
We lived down the road from each other for a long time.
Yes,
and
we
then
did.
even when you moved, you really weren't that far.
Yeah. I mean, our moms even see each other very often. I mean, your mom just spoke to my mom probably yesterday. So yeah, your mom, when you found out you were engaged, I told her, and she's like, yes, and Susie called me and told me already, and I was like, oh yep, news travels fast when it's good news. Your mom was calling everybody up.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think she's so happy for you both. Um, so it's different that your dad had to exit for you to have your entrance. And I know that your mom and dad had your mom and dad loved each other. I mean, I think they still love each other in their own way, weird way, you
Yeah.
know, own
Right.
weird way.
Right.
They do love each other, and I really like. For me, from an outsider looking in, I think yes, they had their. I guess everybody has their trauma, or they had something that they couldn't accept with each other, or they didn't want with each other, and they chose to exit the relationship. But I think that I can still see the love. I can still see love, like really, like love, like when you have your first love, like that. So I can definitely still see the first love kind of thing, and then you have, oh, John came off. Maybe he'll pop back on. So yeah, it's funny because the first love always plays a very big impact in our life. Our first love. Can everybody remember their first love? Yeah. So we're just talking about first love.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have many people that we love in our lives, right? And many people that come in and out and play an impact on them. And growing up, I know John's past little girlfriends and all of that stuff, and how they had to have their role in making you become the man that you are now, right? So we're so grateful for all of them and all the experiences.
True.
And I'm so grateful for your dad's experience as well, because your dad and mom, whatever they experienced together, has either taught you something very important. And what has that taught you in a matter of relationship? Like, how did your mom and dad's relationship affect you in a sense, like growing up, being there, seeing it all, experiencing it? Why was it an important experience?
Well, it definitely taught me. I saw the regret on his face later in his life that he lost the girl of his dreams, kind of the love of his life.
Oh yeah, like I can still see when your dad's eyes twinkle, like I see your mom.
Right. It was a painful, I think, process, just viewing from the outside or inside. I don't know which
Just your
how he would.
cider.
Right. Yeah. So just the fact that he did things that pushed him further away from mom, and mom did things that did the same. It's really painful to see
Yeah.
where life took them on just a separate journey.
Well, yeah, it took them exactly where they needed to go, right?
Okay.
Because we don't want to ever have any regrets in life, or look at life like it wasn't anything. But your mom and your dad, they had this pact, like before they came down into this world together.
All
They
right.
had this pact together that they would bring in 3 children together. And they also had a pact together that they would also separate. They had to separate. For some reason, they had to separate. And I know why they had to separate, John, so that it wouldn't happen with you.
Hmm. It definitely did teach me a lot about commitment and marriage and all of that, those things that are really important to me, which is why I'm 36 years old, and I am just now feeling confident enough to you know
But who
ask
says
somebody to
what
be my
age?
fiance.
Yeah, like you just have to have experiences to get to
Right.
this place, right?
Right.
Some people take 5 years of the experience. Some people take 1 year. Some people are just born with it, right? Some people takes 36 years. But that's okay as long as you get to the place.
Right, for sure. I just didn't want to make the decision willy nilly or on the fly. I wanted to be really comfortable in knowing I chose the right person, I think.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah, it's a big deal to me.
Yeah.
because I don't want that to happen in my life or in my children's lives.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be the cycle breaker or the healed version of, I mean, you're the healed version. I think you're the healed you're going to have such an amazing effect on all the males in your family. All the males in your family are going to have such an amazing thing. And I think it's Carly, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I think Carly is going to play such an amazing role in all the females of your family, because I think in some way she's also connected with you and your family. Or, I mean, not, I think, no, for sure. In some way she's connected with you and your family. Like she, in a past life, like, was she your sister? Like in a past life, was she your mother? Like in a past life, was she your dog? Like, I mean, I'm sure she was all three of them.
Little puppy, she does love dogs. I could see
Yeah,
that.
I know she does. She has one golden doodle.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know, because I follow her, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I know that golden doodle plays is, oh, there's my dog. Look, he hasn't barked the entire time and he started barking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. My dog is a lot different from your dog, Carly. Like your dog is like your son. My dog is also like my son, but different energy, you know? They have different energies. All kids, all dogs, all animals have different energy. But they all love to be loved.
Yes.
Yeah. I think everything loves to be loved. I mean, and if you want to say men are dogs,
Johnny's a dog.
I'll tell you, men are, that I can understand, because you know sometimes, you know, my dog, he doesn't think about like manners. He'll just like push me aside. I'm like, hello, bro. I'm walking down the stairs. You're walking down the stairs. Like, you don't make me walk down the stairs first. You just push me down. Like they don't think. Like, do you not think about anything but yourself? Like sometimes.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. And I think what happens is that sometimes dogs need to be castrated in order for them to think about themselves. So I think you're castrating John.
That's so insightful. Thanks, V.
I'm sorry, but I mean,
It's true, though. It is.
yeah, you know, and I think
That's
that's
so
when dogs
funny.
kind of settle down, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's I don't want to castrate my dog yet, even though people are telling me I should, but I think I want to breed him off, maybe, even though I don't, because in France you have to have a license to breed dogs,
Mhm.
especially German Shepherds.
He's such a smart dog, though.
Oh, he's super intelligent. Like I would love to have offspring of his. Like he is super intelligent. Like, you know, there's some dogs that are goofy. And I don't know, Carly, your dog reminds me of a little bit of a goofy dog.
Oh, he's so smart.
Yeah, but he's so, is he funny?
No, he's so intuitive. He's so kind and gentle. Like he jumps up, gives you hugs.
Yeah.
He's so kind.
Yeah. He has a very a different vibe to him. I think all dogs are very similar. They all just want to love us, right?
Yeah.
They all want to love and get love. I mean, if men are like dogs, I guess that's what they want, right?
Yeah. And food.
And food, yeah. They definitely want treats.
Yes.
Food in different ways. I mean, we got to feed them in different ways, in sex and treats and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, I think sometimes sex is like the biggest treat for them.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe both of you are dogs. Because I don't know why I want to treat you too. I don't know why Carly wants this treat. I don't know why, but maybe both of you were little doodles in a past life. So I love that energy for both of you. I hope you have little doodles of your own.
Aw,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
will. We hope so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to see John's offspring.
Oh,
Aw.
Wouldn't that
scary,
be the
though.
first Amar child?
It
That-
would be. It would. Well, no. Michael has one, a daughter.
Oh yes, Michael does have a daughter. Yeah. Yes, but I mean, at the same time, that wouldn't be an Amar child. I mean, it doesn't carry the dad's name.
Right. Not our
Now, when it
lineage.
marries, you know what I mean? Like it's like when she marries, normally she will carry the the name of the
R-
husband. Like Carly,
right.
would you be changing your last name? Are you going to be Carly Amar? Do you know the honor of being Carly Amar is?
Tell me.
No, it's an amazing thing to be.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm excited. I definitely will be.
Oh yeah, like that's a big energy in Jamaica is the Amar family.
Yeah. No, I'm excited, and I definitely want to go someday.
Like if I was to carry my family's like last names, I would love to carry the Siaga last name. But I mean, I am a Siaga, but further down in the line, I carry the Soror last name. I never changed my last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I personally, I don't know. I carry my other last name, but it's in France. We do Bianca Soror, wife of Belgit. So I carry both. I love that
Okay.
I represent my dad and I represent my husband at the same time.
I love that.
Yeah,
It's such
because
a homage to Wayne. He's a true boss. Such a legend.
oh yeah, my dad
Oh
is
my gosh.
his dad. My dad they're legends in Jamaica.
For sure.
Yeah, yeah,
Remember the Siaga last name I was telling you about when we were watching the documentary?
Oh yeah.
The Bob Marley
Yeah.
documentary? That's
yeah. That's my
on her
family.
side. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, that's my dad's lineage. Like if you see my dad's Instagram or whatever page, it's like Wayne Siaga Soror. Like he's like, I am carrying that lineage. He's like, I don't even know where it is in like I'm making sure it's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so to carry the Amar lineage is it's a very big honor as well. So
Yeah.
and I feel that those names are definitely coming from a place of like it can be like kingdoms, I would say. You have kings and queens of different places, and you would carry like a king and queen's name. Uh, Amar family hold a very king and queen kind of energy.
Oh wow.
So it's funny that John had to like completely shift his whole location, parent, everything to find, someone to be his queen.
Search far and wide for her.
Far and wide, lands a hoe, search by boat and by plane, literally.
Well, I'm happy he found me. I really am.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the whole thing?
I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I
Yeah.
really am.
Yeah. And have you been searching long and wide and far for him?
Yeah, I'm very picky about people, and I've had bad relationships in the past, so I didn't want to just settle. So he's definitely my person.
Yeah. Yeah. And he had a lot of healing to do to become that person.
Yeah.
He had to go through his journey of the dark soul.
For sure.
And
100%.
just like you needed to experience it too. So I'm waiting for my invitation to the wedding, by the way.
Everyone says that. We are trying to figure out what exactly we want to do, but of course you will be invited.
Like if you
Honorary,
guys just want to like elope and just go somewhere and just like, hey guys, listen, we're gonna have a wedding. If you guys want to come, like you can watch us get married on the beach at that place, like I'll come.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's
Book
kind
a
of what.
hotel room and I'll be happy to book my hotel room and
Whoa. These are great ideas.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
love
like-
that kind of vibe though.
that's I think that's one of the because weddings are so stressful.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of people put a lot of stress on it.
I've never been someone who, when I was younger, I never dreamt of my wedding or anything. I don't know why. I'm not like a super girly girl.
Yeah.
So I don't really want a huge wedding because I feel like it's kind of a waste of money too. So
Yeah.
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 I think so.
It's in my experience, you see, like when I got married, it was just my husband and myself and nobody else. That's it.
It's pretty
Like, we were-
powerful because that's what it's gonna be in the end anyhow, right?
Oh yeah, it was just him and I, nobody else. I had like we got married under God. And I think that was and how everything unfolded. And I know that it unfolded in the perfect way because maybe if it didn't go this way, then it wouldn't have happened. Like I had to get pregnant before we got married to like make us walk down this path. Even though we had choices and we chose to go down this path together. I mean, 15 years later, we're still together and love each other. And like, I'm like, when can we get married? And And so after it was just him and I, we just got married under God together in the dead of night. And he promised me that in 10 years or whenever we could do it, we would have a bigger wedding because, you know, you want to have your family there to celebrate. Like you want to have something amazing. And then we got married again, our next wedding. I've gotten married so many times to my husband. We had another wedding, and it wasn't supposed to be a wedding. It was because we were moving to Abu Dhabi, and in order to move to Abu Dhabi, you have to be legally married. You can't
Oh,
live
wow.
with the other person without being legally married, because we're just married under God. It was just him and I made a commitment under God. Bam, bam, bam. We did it together religiously. And then a few years later, maybe it was like a year later, he got a job in Abu Dhabi. And what happened was that his sister decided she's going to get married. And we found this news out, and his parents were like, why don't you just guys get married the day before his sister? Everyone's going to be in town. I was like, but my family's not even here. Like, what's going on? Like, I don't want anything big. And of course, it turned into something big. I got a white dress, bouquet. I'm like, it wasn't supposed to be like this. But again, he was like, I promise, babe, like 10 years or, you know, whenever it happens, we're going to have something even bigger. And then 10 years later, we flew everyone in from all over the world to celebrate in Abu Dhabi. And we had a private desert
Oh my God.
safari. And we had like white Range Rovers and Escalades come and pick everybody up, excursions, come pick everybody up and take them to the secret location. They had no clue where they were going. I just told everybody wear white and picked us up, took us, it was like 20 big four-wheelers, and they emptied the air out their tires and they went dooning, and then we went to a private camp and we had all these amazing a buffet and dancers, and we danced, and he actually made a speech. I made a speech. He had a ring, like all my 3 kids were there and they came out with a ring, and it was a surprise to me, and it was amazing. My mom, my dad, everyone was there. So yeah, guys, get married all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
been there
Amazing.
3 times.
Whoa.
3
I
times.
love that.
Yeah, I want to go to the next one.
Oh, I'm having it. I'm having the next one. So my son is 15. I'm going to have one. I wanted to have one now, this year, but I'm definitely
Amazing.
planning one, and it's going to be in Malaysia
Whoa.
because
That's
that's
great.
where I'm moving to. And I am
Send the
definitely,
dates, please.
yes. So
I
I'm
can
going to have
prepare
one in Malaysia. Just
my-
let me set up
So I can prepare
the
myself
hotels
for
and all
it.
that stuff for everyone.
Mhm.
That is so cool. I love that concept. Getting
Yeah.
married all the time.
All the time,
Me
because
too.
I think we change all the time, right?
Yeah, we do.
We're constantly changing. Life changes. You end up having kids. You're a different version of yourself, and we remake our vows. We remake our promises. Like I read this whole new vow to him 10 years later, and your vows are your words, and we have to be very impeccable with our words because they speak our reality. And then you let the other person know, like, this is what I expect of you. This is how I see you. This is who you are to me. I'm grateful for you. All of that is fuel for the next, I don't know, 10 years, I guess. So far, 5. So fueled us 5 more years.
I need to. I need
But
to
we're
make a
counting.
note of that somewhere. Where is
Yeah.
my notebook? I need to write it down.
Yeah, so definitely get married like all the time. Make
Oh,
vows,
that's
make
awesome.
toasts to each other, birthdays, celebrations, give thanks to each other, because I mean you're with each other along this journey together as the fuel for the fire, in a sense. So really
so
appreciating
beautiful.
the other person is very nice. And I know that your mom and your dad had to be a fuel to each other's fire as much as they have to be with yours. And Carly, how is your parents? Like, do they come from like a married life or divorce, or what's your
In-
parents?
They've been happily married for how long, Carly? Carly just went to the restroom.
Well, forever.
30,
They're
over 30 years.
over 30 years. They're such a beautiful little couple. Oh my God. They
Yeah.
are a dream to really witness.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that version of
Yeah.
the future.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's how I kind of see my parents. I mean, my parents, they're together, but you know, man, sometimes my mom is like, if I had to do this again, because men can be living with someone can be a challenge. Living with someone can be a challenge, but you just have to do you. You have to do you, and you have to love each other. Do you?
Yeah. I think for me, that's something that as much as I'm very stubborn and hard headed, that is something that I want to do. And here's the reason why. When my mom got married, it wasn't because she wanted to.
Okay.
She didn't want to. It was just by circumstances she ended up married. My father planned the whole entire thing because he wanted to get married. She didn't.
So she ended up what? How can you end up getting married like by accident? It's not possible.
Uh, let's put it this way. When she was young, my father used to take her out, and my grandma didn't like him. And there was a point where my grandma put her foot down and she said, "If you leave this house, you're not coming back here." And my mom was very hard headed, so she still left.
Yeah.
When she came and when she went back to the house, all her stuff was outside. And her
Yeah, well,
father didn't.
that's how she needed to have it played out. If it didn't play out like that, they wouldn't have never had gotten married. They would never have had you.
I know. So
Oh.
that was, and then she ended up living with him, and he moved her into the house, and he was taking care of her, and he planned the wedding.
He was a man.
He was the one who planned the wedding.
Strange, because normally the woman would plan the wedding, but I guess a man can plan a wedding too. I mean, they should have an input in it.
Oh
I mean,
no,
both
he
both
did.
people should have an input in it, don't you think?
Oh, I heard that story. He planned the whole thing.
Wow.
You must love her, eh?
He must really wanted to tie her down real fast.
Well, from what I was told, after they got divorced, it affected him. It affected him badly because apparently he went through therapy for, I think, for 6 months after they officially like got divorced.
He sounds like John's dad.
Yeah.
I was
Like
thinking the same thing.
he would be like, he was like, I'm sure your dad would like, I don't know, impregnate Susie to marry her. I think he did.
Yeah, he did actually.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what my
honestly,
husband did. My husband was like, don't let this one get away from me. Let me just impregnate her real fast.
well,
Smart guy.
It's crazy because you don't know, like, for example, even like 7 years I've had my last one, she's gonna be 7, and even to this day, like, I'm not impregnated again. You know what I mean? Like, how come you get pregnant at that exact moment in your life? Like, how come it happens? And I mean, because God is perfect and everything is perfect, and it happened for that reason. If it didn't happen, then I'm sure none of John, Stephanie, or Kristen would even exist right now if that didn't happen. Auntie Susie would have been like, no, this guy is a little bit too wild for me. I don't know about that. She would have definitely had some second choices in her thing. Now she had no choice. Just like your mom had no choice.
The same goes for Ronnie too, eh?
Yeah, no choice.
Yep. And then at the time, how the story goes was that when mommy finally made up her mind that she was gonna leave him, because he had some little ways that she didn't like. Like, if she, like, at times he was nice, but other times he would choose violence. And when she
that means he had a wounded divine masculine energy.
Yeah, because mommy would say that he would threaten her and say to her that if she ever left him, he would like hurt her. And
yeah, well,
he literally slept. He slept with like a butcher's knife underneath the bed and a rope.
Oh, he was very scared.
Yeah. So when she finally decided that she was gonna leave, and she found out that she was pregnant with me.
Oh.
And it was literally about a year or so after I was born that she finally left him.
Oh, so you also gave her the power to leave him, but also came from him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because she said that she didn't want me, just because of how he was, she didn't want me to grow up thinking that kind of behavior was okay.
Yeah, well, she needed to realize it wasn't okay for herself.
Yeah, but
And
if
it's not something that she wanted. So if she accepted it, you would accept it as well.
yeah, but I think if me being around gave her the strength to finally leave.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and Ronique, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? It was just your birthday, right?
36.
And you are healing yourself to attract someone important in your life too, right?
Yeah.
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 And Carly, how old are you?
I'm 32.
So you're younger. Yeah, so I was just looking like how our past experiences affect our age and then attracting that person at that age. So John, you're 37,
36
36.
in
Okay.
July, 37. Yep.
Yeah, July what, 17? No, 20,
Close 27th.
27, yeah.
You have such a great memory, B.
Yeah, I
Wow.
know but I know the 27 is also your motorbike number because that's your favorite number,
That's right.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, it's funny because 27 actually is 7, 8, it's 9. And what's your life path number? Do you guys know your life path numbers?
My life path number is 8. That is why when I calculated it was 8.
Yeah, I would definitely look up your life path number. So your life path number would be the
You know
month,
yours?
I think mine's 8.
8 as well.
Mm-hmm.
How do you come to
I
that?
think so.
How do you
You
find
can use the
out?
way to calculate it.
So your life path number is, okay, so John, when's your birthday? June, you said?
July 27th.
July, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So that's 7th.
7.
That's a 7
Yeah.
month. Plus 2, plus 6, plus 1, plus 9, plus 8. And you're 88? No,
87.
87. Yeah,
87.
so plus 8, plus 7. So you would add up all those numbers and you can tell me
Mm,
what you get. I can't do that, sorry.
cool. Okay. I'll do that right now.
Wait,
Yeah.
how do you do that?
Yeah, so Vanessa, you take your month. So for example, I'm November, so mine's 11. So November is 11. I'm 26th of November. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 6. And I'm 1985. So plus 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 5. My life path numbers are 33. 33, 11, and 22, those are master numbers. You don't necessarily need to make them smaller. But if you do have, like, for example, a 26, then you would say 6 plus 2, and that would be 9. Me, I can resonate with 33, and I can resonate with 6 as well. So those are 2 of my numbers that I would look at. But if you get a 26, I wouldn't look at 26. I would do 6 plus 2, you know.
And 41 would be 4 plus 1, right?
Yeah, so you'd be a 5.
And
Right.
I'm minus 35. So and then
You're
5.
8.
Yeah, exactly.
I lost track of what she
Yeah,
said.
and then what you can do is you can look on Google, like life path number 5, life path number 8, life path number whatever, and it's going to tell you your life path, what the reading of with that number. So every number has a vibration. Everything has a vibration, and numbers have vibrations. And people have read into the vibration of the numbers, and you can just see how that number, the vibration that you picked to come into this world in that time, resonates with you and your life.
So you don't include like the 19 part in your year?
We do.
Oh, you
1
do?
plus 9 plus 8 plus whatever, yeah. Or
Okay.
you're probably 1 plus 9 plus 9.
1 plus 9 plus 9. Yeah, plus 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also
You're a
November.
90s baby.
I'm on 11/28.
Oh, you're 11/28?
Uh-huh.
Oh, amazing. You're Saggy like me.
Yes, ma'am.
Carly, when's your birthday?
September 30th,
September. So what are you?
a Libra.
A Libra. Nice. Very nice. Ronique, you are not a Taurus. What are you?
Gemini. I'm a Gemini, right smack dog in the middle of it. I can't hide. I'm right smack dab in the middle of Gemini.
Very nice.
Gemini are faithful to their loved ones. I do know that, right?
Yeah, that is one thing about us Geminis. Yes, we are big flirts. Don't get me wrong. We are big flirts, but once we say one person, that person is our person, we are loyal to our fault.
I do know that. Yeah.
And John, what are you?
A Leo.
Oh, that's my daughter.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy. Oh boy. that
Oh,
my little one, she is definitely a Leo. They are very driven by whatever the fuck they want to do.
oh yeah, that's true.
Oh my goodness. Like, you know what her favorite thing to do right now is drive the scooter around the house, inside the house. Like she just wants to drive the scooter and do tricks and flips and jumps and everything with the scooter. So Leos are very dangerous type of people. I mean, they like to be extreme.
Active.
That's Johnny.
Yeah, they like
That's
to be extreme. Sagittarius are I love being a Saggy, half man, half horse, or half animal, half horse. I love that vibe for me. I love horses.
I did my birth chart, and my moon is Sagittarius.
Oh, nice.
My sun is Gemini. My sun is Gemini. My moon is Sag, and my rising is Gemini.
Very nice. That tells a lot about people. I'm not very good with horoscopes. Like that's not something that I have mastered yet, and I don't think you can master that. You can always just keep learning, but it does play a very important role in how your the stars aligned when you were born, because it's like one in I don't know, a trillion, a billion, a gazillion. I don't know. It's like one in a lifetime. It actually happens. So like you're a one in a lifetime type of person. So just understanding what was happening one in that lifetime moment when you were born really does make you understand yourself a little bit more, because as the soul, as the same as the universe, as a soul, it's one of the teachings of the Kabbalah. Yeah. Thank you all for joining
Very
tonight.
interesting. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you all for being here, for joining us. How does everybody feel?
I don't have any. I don't. At least I know I don't have anything in my tummy anymore. I don't have that anxiety feeling in my tummy anymore.
Very good. I'm glad. John, how are you guys feeling over there?
Good. How you feel?
Very good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I still feel like there's a lot of stuff I just need to sort through, but that's gonna come in time. All in
Yeah.
all, I feel confident, I would say.
So you see, piggybacking on this saying, as a soul, as the universe, I would sort through internally what's going on inside, and then you'll notice that the feelings will manifest out in a very fluid way. So, like for me, when I'm doing energy work on people, I go into people's chakras, like their energy points, and when we work on the chakras and the blocks that are happening internally, once we're able to unblock them, then you'll notice that the noise that's happening on the outside starts to silence itself. You heard the noise that happened at that moment?
Mm-hmm.
So that starts to like become better background noise, not a big scare, not a frightening thing, not a interruption. It starts to happen more fluid and more organically, because our energy inside of us is flowing more organically. So diving into yourself to say, okay, what's happening internally that is a manifestation of the things that are happening externally, because you're dealing with houses, right?
Right.
And houses are literally, it's you. Like they're a manifestation of you make a home. You came from the house, which was a womb inside of your mom. Maybe just your relationship with your mom might also help with this whole thing. Your connection with your mom's energy. As your mom is healing, maybe you're healing as well. Because you remember your mom is going through her own thing. And I'm sure Carly is going to be playing a very motherly role for you as well.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, so that's
I'm
also
not sure
great.
if she would agree.
Yeah, sometimes the wife is not supposed to be the mother, right? And who comes first, the wife or the mother?
Well, I love the feeling of building a new family, to be honest. It just feels like I'm releasing a lot of, like you said, the ancestral trauma, and I'm just starting anew.
Yeah.
So that's hard to say, but I can definitely say my wife is gonna come first.
Yes, it's supposed to be the wife first because your mom would have her husband or who her
Right.
partner is supposed to be. Like she's supposed to have her person, right? You can't be that person. Like you can't be your mom's person. You don't need to be your mom's person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I'm
she
so
she
happy I caught you. Your live session when I did.
yeah.
I don't mean to hijack the show or have it be about me or my trauma, but I really do appreciate you, B.
Oh no, that's how it's supposed to work. Like everybody comes in when they're supposed to come in. We've been on here for 4.5 hours.
I saw that. That's really cool.
Yeah, we've had quite a few people jumping in and jumping out when they needed to come on and when they needed to come off. So it's been
Cool.
very perfect. So I'm going to sign out now. I mean, it's 2:15 in the morning. Oh my goodness. 2:15 in the morning. I have to wake up to take my kids to school in the morning. So thank you all so much for joining.
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you so
Thanks so much, B.
You're very
Love
welcome.
you, love you.
Love you. You guys are more than welcome to message me. You can always connect with me if you have any questions, comments, concerns, any clarity that you need, anything you need to be cleared up, or anything that's happening that you might need a different perspective on. I'm happy to shine some light on it. Thank you all for joining, and talk to you later.
You're amazing. Thanks, Bianca.
Well, thanks, baby girl.
Thank you.
Bye.